girl, what's going on, y'all? We got to get straight into it. Y'all already know what we're here to get into. Breaking news right now. We got live coverage straight up out of the NY courthouse this morning regarding the arrest and indictment of P. Diddy, girl. Okay, his sons just came out of the courtroom, so it's a lot going on at this time. Please thumbs up the video as you come in. Thumbs up, 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 up. This is so significant to the growth of the platform and the strength of the stream. Whether you are a part of the Replay Gang, a Bush baby, or you are actively in these streets in real time with me, thumbs up the video. It's free 99. It don't cost you nothing. Shout out to all the new subbies. Make sure that you guys have your notification bell set to all so you don't miss a day or hour when the Kang is Kangin'. And last but not least, please share. Wherever you have digital community, whether that be your YouTube community wall, your Instagram, your Snapchat, your Facebook, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're live, and we're certainly in color. With no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, y'all, Grand Rising, girl, it's a lot going on. It is a lot going on. So you guys know breaking news was last night. P. Diddy was arrested, taken into the FBI headquarters, etc., girl, to get that old nasty piece of mugshot, girl. He is being indicted, apparently, on racketeering and trafficking charges. You guys know last night that prosecutors revealed that they will be releasing the details of the indictment this morning because initially it was sealed and they would have more to say. So there's a lot of activity this morning, girl. P. Diddy is at a NY courthouse right now. The Associated Press has a live stream and a press conference that's set up at this moment. I'm going to show you guys what's going on there. We're going to keep our eye out on the press conference from the Associated Press about the Diddy indictments. There's a lot of moving parts. You guys know that Don Richards from Danity Kane just sued the shit out of Diddy. We're going to get into all of that. Sean P. Diddy Combs' sons just came pooching out of the courthouse, girl. Let me show you guys that as well. Let me turn down this old nasty piece of music, child, because it's just a lot. Grand Rising. Get the hell up, baby. We had a time over there on Messy. On Nosy Hole live as platform, girl. We got messy as hell, girl. It got deep, honey. We went on for 4 hours, child. So make sure y'all catch Nosy Hole live stream from last night. Me, her, Royce. Girl, my brain is blank, child. It was a panel full, girl. We had a great time. So please watch that live stream. Okay, let me show you guys what's going on with the Associated Press. Let me share my screen here. All right, as you guys can see here, this is live outside the NY court as Sean P. Diddy Combs is indicted on trafficking and racketeering charges. All right, his sons just came pooching out of the courthouse, girl. They look very disappointed. They look very hurt, honey. They look very upset. This looks like a walk of shame, honey. Babe, they don't look happy. So whatever happened, honey, whatever has happened, it ain't got nobody feeling well, honey. They came out walking out of the courthouse with shades on, looking like Marilyn Mendonce. Okay, let me rewind that back a little bit. They're wrapping up things at the courthouse, child. The sons came pooching out with bodyguards and security. Okay, here they are once again. Justin Combs. The press is asking about their sisters, Kim Porter's children. How are the siblings doing, honey? Woo, cha. All right, so we're just waiting for them to gather the press conference. They're still setting up. Okay, the media getting all of the deets. Once again, I need you guys to thumbs up the video. If you guys are in the building, please. We're working too hard today, honey. Been working for y'all since last night. So please thumbs up this video. Don't make me beg for likes, okay? If you up in here, slide your finger up and hit that like button for free. Okay, now let's get into the details because as you guys know, the indictment was unsealed. Okay, so we have those documents here. Now, mind you, initially, like when indictments are sealed, typically it's because prosecutors don't want to tip off any other potential suspects who are going to be vacuumed into the case. They are still investigating. They're still moving shit around on the chessboard. So it's a legal strategy when indictments are oftentimes sealed, especially. They don't want to tip off any other potential suspects, okay? Now, because this is a racketeering and trafficking charge, this makes sense. It means that Diddy is not going down alone, honey. He is an entire matrix and network and system of people that are going to be charged, because when it comes to trafficking, there isn't just one sole player. You need drivers, you need hotel security, bodyguards, dealers. Everybody is typically in on this. I mean, look at the CNN footage that was released from the Intercontinental Hotel, okay, of the infamous and tragic footage of Diddy assaulting Cassie, and that hotel participated in suppressing that data and that footage allegedly for $50,000, according to Cassie's lawsuit. Okay, so that's how trafficking work. It's not just Diddy himself. He's not working alone. These girls, these young girls, these adult women, these young men, these adult males, they are being bussed in, etc. So once again, it's a bunch of moving parts. Okay, and apparently there's supposed to be some more shocking arrests made today, according to sources. All right. So let's read this indictment. Let me check back to the live conference and see what they got going on, okay? Because we're going to be pooching on through, girl. We're going to definitely be chiming in on this, okay? So the indictment reads, grand jury charges overview. For decades, Sean Combs, a.k.a. Puff Daddy, a.k.a. P. Diddy, a.k.a. Diddy, a.k.a. PD, a.k.a. Love, all right? The defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Sean Combs, the defendant, operated his business headquartered at various times in Manhattan and LA under a variety of U.S.-based corporate entities, including Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprise, and Combs Global. Collectively, the Combs Business corporate entities in the Combs Business included, amongst other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. At all times relevant to the indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. This abuse was at times verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual. As part of his pattern of abuse, Combs manipulated women to participate in highly orchestrated performances of sexual activity with male commercial ex-workers. Wow. So now we know that there are more Cassies, okay? When Cassie was in her lawsuit stating that, you know, she would be forced to have XEX with sex workers, and Diddy would record this and then blackmail her with this footage in order to control her and keep her a part of the abuse and the situation, and to keep her from running to the law, etc., where there are other Cassies apparently who were forced to do almost the very same things that Cassie reportedly had to do and was forced to do, unfortunately. At times, Combs and others acting at his direction made arrangements for women and commercial ex-workers to fly to Combs' location. Combs ensured participation from the women, amongst other things, obtaining and distributing narcotics to them, controlling their careers, leveraging his financial support, and threatening to cut off the same, and using intimidation and violence. Physical abuse by Sean Combs, the defendant, was recurrent and widely known. On numerous occasions from at least in or about 2009 and continuing for years, Combs assaulted women by, amongst other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects, and kicking them. Now, mind you, the indictment is talking about women, plural. Okay, we know these things happened to Cassie. We got to see these things be done to Cassie. These assaults were at times witnessed by others, included one instance at a LA hotel in or about March 2016, which was captured on video and later publicly reported, where Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a woman as she was attempting to leave, talking about Cassie. When a member of the hotel security, when a member of the hotel security staff intervened, Combs attempted to bribe the staff member to ensure silence. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. Damn. Sean, the defendant, used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his abuse and commercial acts. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, and other close associates, acted as Combs intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of Combs' business. From least, can you guys hear me? If you guys can hear me clear, give me a 1. I ain't even checked the audio, girl. I went straight into running this damn yapper. Let's check back over to Associated Press. You guys give me a 1. If you guys can hear me well, yes, honey, get those microphones together. We want to hear in 4K. All right, tech, get the microphones together, baby, over there at the Associated Press. All right, great. From at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of the indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, and others unknown were members and associates of the criminal organization, the Combs Enterprise, or the Enterprises. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise engaged in and attempted to engage in, amongst other activities, trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotic offenses, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. Damn. The Combs Enterprise, including its leadership, its members, and its associates, constituted an enterprise as defined by Title 18 United States Code, Section 1961. That is a group of individuals associated in fact, although not a legal entity. The Combs Enterprise consisted of Sean Combs, the defendant entities within the Combs business, including but not limited to Bad Boy Entertainment, Combs Enterprises, and Combs Global. Individuals employed by and associated with Combs business, and others known and unknown. The Combs Enterprise constituted an ongoing organization whose members function as a continuing unit for a common purpose of achieving the objectives of the Combs Enterprise. The Combs Enterprise was engaged in, and its activities affected interstate and foreign commerce. The Combs Enterprise operated in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. At all times relevant to this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, was the leader of the Combs Enterprise. Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown participated in unlawful and other activities related to the conduct of the Combs Enterprise affairs. These individuals included certain Combs business employees, such as members of Combs security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors, as well as other close associates. Remember all of those lawsuits that were filed against Diddy from his personal chefs. Okay, he had one chef who was forced to cook him meals and take food to his room while he was actively engaged in sextivities with individuals. She would be subjected to sexual advancements by the men that Diddy would have at his crib. Then you guys know there was like a lawsuit filed by Diddy's cleaning service where one of like his mates and shit, it was a mess. It's been a mess. Okay, we done been through and reported on a lot of this throughout the channel, child. I might pull some of that up as we deal with today's shenanigans. The purpose of Combs Enterprise included the following: operating a global business in the media, entertainment, and lifestyle industries, including, amongst other things, record labels, a recording studio, an apparel line, an alcoholic spirits business, a marketing agency, and a television network and media company. Preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, the defendant, as a musician, entrepreneur, and figure in the entertainment industry, enriching members and associates of the enterprise, including its leader, Combs, and in particular, those who demonstrated loyalty to Combs and willingness to conceal his crime. This may be where Don comes in at, baby. Preserving and protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power of the Combs enterprise, including the power of its leaders, Combs, through violence, use of firearms, threats of violence, coercion, and verbal, emotional, physical, and sexual abuse. Fulfilling the desires of Combs, particularly those related to Combs' sexual gratification, including through the exploitation of women and the use of commercial ex-workers. Enabling Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise to engage in unlawful acts of violence, including sexual violence, trafficking, forced labor, interstate transportation for purposes of prostitution, coercion, and enticement to engage in prostitution, narcotics, distribution, and other crimes, and concealing the commission of such acts. Securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, included through acts of violence and threats, and protecting the Combs enterprise and its members and associates, including Combs, from detection and prosecution by law enforcement authorities through acts of intimidation, manipulation, bribery, and threats of retaliation against individuals who witnessed the crimes committed by members and associates of the enterprise. Amongst the means and methods by which Combs, the defendant, and other members of associates of the Combs enterprise conducted and participated in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise included the following: Combs and other members and associates of the Combs enterprise wielded the power and prestige of Combs' role at the Combs business to intimidate, threaten, and lure female victims into Combs' orbit. Then, under the pretense of a romantic relationship, Combs then used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended X acts with male commercial ex-workers that Combs referenced to as, amongst other things, freak-offs. Freak-offs were elaborate and produced X performances that Combs arranged, directed, masturbated during, and often electronically recorded, as mentioned in Cassie's lawsuit. In arranging these freak-offs, Combs, with the assistance of members and associates of the Combs enterprise, transported and caused to be transported commercial ex-workers across state lines and internationally. Freak-offs occurred regularly, sometimes lasted multiple days, and often involved multiple commercial ex-workers. During freak-offs, Combs distributed a variety of controlled substances to victims, in part to keep the victims obedient and compliant. Sometimes unbeknownst to the victims, Combs kept videos that he filmed of victims engaging in X acts with commercial ex-workers. After freak-offs, Combs and the victims typically received IV fluids to recover, goddamn, from the physical exertion and drug use. Diddy was damn near bringing people to the brink of death by having them assaulted and engaged in these perversive ass acts until they damn near couldn't even live through. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise, including high-ranking supervisors, security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and other Combs business employees, facilitated the freak-offs. See, there's always a matrix. Amongst other things, booking hotel rooms for the freak-offs, stocking the hotel rooms in advance with the required freak-off supplies, including controlled substances, baby oil, lubricant, extra linens, and lighting, cleaning the hotel rooms after the freak-offs to try to mitigate room damage, and arranging for travel for victims, commercial ex-workers, and Combs to and from freak-offs, resupplying Combs with requested supplies, delivering large sums of cash to Combs to pay the commercial ex-workers, and scheduling the delivery of IV fluids. In or about March 2024, during searches of Combs' residences in Miami, Florida, and LA, California, law enforcement seized various freak-off supplies, including narcotics and more than 1,000 bottles of baby oil and lubricant. My God, today the FBI rolled out of Diddy's raids with over 1,000 bottles, y'all, of baby oil and lubricant, as well as drugs. Combs subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse to cause the victims to engage in freak-offs. Combs maintained control over his victims through, amongst other things, physical violence, promises of career opportunities, granting and threatening to withhold financial support, and by other coercive means, including tracking their whereabouts, dictating the victim's appearance, monitoring their medical records, controlling their housing, and supplying them with controlled substances. This is giving me very much so Kim Porter vibes, controlling their houses. It's giving me very Cassie vibe, controlling their appearance. It's giving me very much so. During and separate from freak-offs, Combs, amongst other things, hit, kick, threw objects at, and dragged victims with the S at times by their hair. Such a bitch-ass nigga. These assaults often resulted in injuries that took days or weeks to heal. Combs often threatened victims' career and livelihoods, including if they resisted participating in freak-offs. Cassie made this claim in her lawsuit. Victims believed that they could not refuse Combs' demands without risking their financial or job security, or without repercussions in the form of physical or emotional abuse. Combs also used the sensitive, embarrassing, and incriminating recordings that he made during freak-offs as collateral to ensure the continued obedience and silence of victims. Cassie said that in her lawsuit. Members and associates of Combs Enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others. Remember, Cassie said he blew up Kid Cudi damn car, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about March 20, hey y'all, we are working. Y'all thumbs up the video. It's almost 300 of y'all in the building. The stream will continue to grow if y'all thumbs up. Stop what you're doing for 1 second and give me a thumbs up on the video. We are working. Thank you so much. Love you long time. And don't forget to subscribe, okay? We work together. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise, including Combs security personnel, at times carried firearms. On more than one occasion, Combs himself carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten others, including victims of and witnesses to his abuse. In or about 2024, during searches of Combs' residence in Miami, Florida, and Los Angeles, California, law enforcement seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 AR-15s with defaced serial numbers, as well as a drum magazine. Y'all, P. Diddy had the inside of his cribs loaded like fucking Fort Knox. Thumbs up this video. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise enabled Combs' control over victims by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victims' career opportunities, and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the Combs Enterprise at times witnessed Combs' violence toward the victims or the victims' injuries caused by Combs without intervening. Instead, members and associates of the Combs Enterprise helped conceal the violence and abuse by, amongst other things, assisting Combs in monitoring and preventing victims from leaving locations such as hotel or Combs residences. These occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted without being publicly observed. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise also assisted Combs in locating and contacting victims who attempted to flee his abuse. This motherfucker was off the chain. Hold on, y'all. Oh my God. Hold on, y'all. I gotta take some notes here real quick. Autos lubricant narcotics and 3AR 15Cs from house. I want to forget something that I'm reading. Oh my goodness. Let me see. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise enabled Combs' control over victims by following his directions regarding financial payments to victims, advancing or suppressing the victims' career opportunities, and acquiring the controlled substances Combs used to keep the victims compliant. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise at times witnessed Combs' violence toward the victims or the victims' injuries caused by Combs without intervening. Remember, Don's lawsuit brought Neo and Usher ass to the location and claimed that they witnessed the beating of Cassie, Neo, and Usher. Will Neo and Usher be subpoenaed? It's going to get messy. Instead, members and associates of the Combs enterprise helped conceal the violence and abuse by, amongst other things, assisting Combs in monitoring, preventing victims from leaving locations such as hotels and Combs residence. These occasions included instances in which a victim was required to remain in hiding, sometimes for several days at a time, to recover from injuries Combs inflicted without being publicly observed. Members and associates of the Combs enterprise assisted Combs in locating and contacting victims who attempted to flee his abuse. When employees witnesses to his abuse or others threaten Combs' authority or reputation, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise engage in acts of violence, threats of financial and reputational harm, and verbal abuse. These acts of violence included kidnapping and arson in a... Wait a goddamn minute. Hold on. I know you motherfucking lying. Hold on. Let me Google some shit real quick because I want to be... Oh, let me screenshot this shit. I want to be factually correct. What? Because, bitch, y'all know what I'm thinking about. Hold on. Oh, my God. Hold on, y'all. Oh, my God. Hold on, y'all. I know you fucking lying. Because, baby, as soon as I read it, remember when Kimora Lee's house caught on fire last year? And everybody was saying that this was connected to the ish going on with Diddy. Y'all know Kimora and Kim Porter were very close. And the rumors were that one of the copies of Kim's books was stored at Kimora Lee's home. Y'all know Kimora has also been very verbal about the Kim and Diddy situation. So when this indictment child, remember he also blew up Kid Cudi's car. Let me read this again. Engage in acts of violence, threats of financial and reputational harm, and verbal abuse. These acts included kidnapping and arson. It ain't no coincidence, baby. Ain't no coincidences. Orchestrated chaos and destruction. In addition, multiple occasions Combs threw both objects and people, as well as hit, dragged, choked, and shoved others. When Combs' authority or reputation was threatened by the possibility of negative publicity or legal or law enforcement action against him, including in or about the late 2023, following public allegations of Combs' crimes, Combs and members and associates of the enterprise pressured witnesses and victims, including through attempted bribery, to stay silent and not report what they experienced or knew to law enforcement. On phone calls, Combs and other members and associates of the enterprise, amongst other things, provided these victims and witnesses with a false narrative of events in an effort to conceal Combs' crimes. Combs caused these calls to be recorded on at least 2 occasions. Y'all, the feds got recording of this man and his team coercing victims and giving them cover stories about the crimes he committed either against them or forced them to commit against others. Okay, these instances were recorded on at least 2 occasions, from at least in or about 2008 through on or about the date of the filing of this indictment in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere. Sean Combs, the defendant, and others known and unknown, being persons employed by and associated with the Combs enterprise described in paragraphs 6 through 12 of this indictment, and enterprise engaged in and the activities of which affected interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly combined, conspired, confederated, and agreed together and with each other to violate the racketeering laws of the United States, to which Title 19 United States Code, Section 1962, that is, to conduct and participate directly and indirectly in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity, as the term is defined in Title 18 United States Code, Section 1961 and 1961, consisting of multiple acts involving kidnapping, chargeable under the following provisions of state law: California Penal Code 207, kidnapping; Penal Code 21664, attempted kidnapping; California Penal Code 31, aiding and abetting; and California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts involving arson, chargeable under the following provisions of state law: California Penal Code 451, arson; California Penal Code 21, attempted; California Penal Code aiding and abetting; and California Penal Code 182, conspiracy. Multiple acts involving bribery, chargeable under the following provisions of state California Penal Code law: bribery of a witness, attempted, aiding and abetting, and conspiracy. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 United States Code, Section 1512, relating to tampering with the witness, victim, or informant. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 United States Code, Section 1589, relating to forced labor. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 United States Code, Section 1591 and 2, relating to trafficking. Multiple acts indictable under Title 18 United States Code, Section 2421, 2422, and 2, relating to transportation and inducement to travel for purposes of prostitution and other illegal sexual activities; and multiple offenses involving the possession with intent to distribute or distribution of narcotics and controlled substances, including cocaine, oxycodone, alprazolam, methamphetamines, 4-bromo, baby, all this white people shit here, girl, gamma hydroxybutyric acid, girl, and ketamine, in violation of Title 21 United States Code sections, all of them sections, baby, and 846, distribution and possession with intent to distribute, and conspiracy to do the same in Title 18 United States Code Section 280, and abetting and willfully causing, girl. I'm sure that some of this white people shit named up in here, girl, is Molly, poppers, sedatives, tranquilizers, girl. Y'all know, white people know what the hell all this shit is here in its scientific terms. It was part of the conspiracy that Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed that a that a conspirator would commit at least 2 acts of racketeering activity in the conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise from at least in or about 2009 up to including in or about 2018 in the Southern District of New York and elsewhere as part of his agreement to conduct and participate in conduct of the affairs of the Combs enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. Sean Combs, the defendant, agreed to in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruit, entice, harbor, transport, provide, obtain, advertise, maintain, patronize, and solicit by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion as described in Title 18 United States Code Section 1591, and any combination of such means would be used to cause the person to engage in a commercial X act in violation of Title 18 United States Code Section 1591. The grand jury for the charges from at least in or about 2009 up to and including in or about 2018 in Southern District of New York and elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant in and affecting interstate and foreign commerce, knowingly recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, provided, obtained, advertised, maintained, patronized, and solicited by any means a person knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that means of force, threats of force, fraud, and coercion as described in Title 18 United States Code Section 1591, and in any combination of such means would be used to cause person to engage in a commercial X act and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to wit, Combs recruited, enticed, harbored, transported, and maintained a person, victim, and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused victim 1 to engage in commercial X acts, knowing and in reckless disregard of the fact that victims 1 was engaging in commercial X acts as a result of force, fraud, and coercion. I wonder if victim 1 is Cassie as the grand jury further charges, okay, count 3, from at least in or about 2009 up to the including in or about 2024 in the Southern District of New York, elsewhere, Sean Combs, the defendant, knowingly transported an individual in interstate and foreign commerce with intent that the individual engage in prostitution and attempted, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the same, to which Combs transported, aided, and abetted, and willfully caused the transportation of female victims and commercial ex-workers in interstate and foreign commerce on multiple occasions with the intent that they engage in prostitution. Remember the anonymous woman who sued Diddy last year as well, who's an adult now? Apparently she's a well-known celebrity, but she wanted her identity concealed, who claimed that when she was 15 or 16 years old, that Sean and his band of cohorts and demons actually assaulted her, I believe, in a hotel lobby's restroom or on a private jet, etc. And she was being transported from one state to another via the private jet, etc. Girl, I wonder if that woman, who everybody believed was Tierra Marie, okay? I ain't had no daddy around when I was growing up, okay? Tierra Marie, who was signed to Jay-Z for a while, okay? Jay-Z had to ultimately choose to either support the career of Rihanna or Tierra Marie, and Beyonce told him that Rihanna would be a better investment. That turned out to be true career-wise, girl. Everybody was saying that this was Tierra Marie because of where the anonymous female victim lived, where she reported being at the time of her assault, and, you know, her aspirations, etc. Girl, a lot of the Blues Clues, a lot of the Easter eggs was given Tierra Marie, child. And remember, Diddy was trying to contest the concealment of her identity by basically asking the judge no to make her identity known to the public, all right? Because maybe Diddy thought that it would help to discredit her. Y'all know that Tia Marie has had a lot of drama. She had a sex tape that got leaked. She accused 50 Cent of leaking her shit online. He successfully sued her, got a judgment against her. Y'all know Tia Marie has just, her life been a mess. She's been an alcoholic. She done had, you know, all type of DUIs and all type of shit, girl. Just a messy life. So I wonder if, you know, this person that they're talking about now, you know, one of these victims who was transported, etc., subjected to prostitution and sexual violence, I wonder if that's one of these people, and if that person is going to be brought in as a witness, because it seemed like more than likely all the people who filed a civil suit against Diddy are more than likely going to be used in this criminal and federal case against Diddy as well. What y'all think? All right, let's continue to push through, girl. Forfeiture allegations. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 1 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to Title 18 United States Code, Section 1963, and any and all interest the defendant acquired or maintained in violation of Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962. Hold on, y'all. Let me take a switch of water real quick. All right, we're back. And any and all interest in securities of claims against and property or contractual rights of any kind, affording a source of influence over the enterprise named and described herein, which the defendant established, operated, and controlled, conducted, and participated in the conduct of in violation of the Title 18 United States Code, Section 1962, and any and all property constituted and derived from proceeds obtained directly and indirectly said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 2 of this indictment, Sean Combs, the defendant, shall forfeit to the United States, pursuant to Title 18 United States Code, Section 1594, any and all property, real and personal, involved in, used, or intended to be used to commit or to facilitate the commission of said offense, and any and all property traceable to such property, any and all property, real and personal, constituting or derived from proceeds obtained directly or indirectly as a result of said offense, including but not limited to a sum of money in United States currency representing the amount of property involved in said offense and proceeds traceable to the commission of said offense. As a result of committing the offense alleged in count 3 of this indictment, Sean Combs, okay, it just goes on to repeat the same thing, copy and paste, etc. Substitute assets and provisions. If any of the above described forfeitable property as a result of any act or omission of the defendant cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, and has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court, has been substantially diminished in value, or has been commingled with other property which cannot be subdivided without difficulty, it is the intent of the United States, pursuant to Title 18 United States Code, Section 1963, Title 21 United States Code, Section 853, and Title 28 United States Code, Section 246, to seek forfeiture of any property of the defendant up to the value of the above property. Now, you know what that reminds me of, right? Because, baby, we got a lot to get into. Y'all know what this reminds me of, girl. Cannot be located upon the exercise of due diligence, has been transferred or sold to or deposited with a third person, or has been placed beyond the jurisdiction of the court. Y'all know what that gives me, right? Hold on. Remember just a few months ago, back in March, when Diddy was still pooching around Miami while all this shit was going on, and TMZ and shit was tracking Diddy's private plane, and everybody was wondering why in the fuck was his private plane in the Caribbean island, but his body was in Miami, Florida. And nobody really knew what was happening. And this was following the raids of P. Diddy's mansions. Now we know what more than likely happened is that Diddy was transferring his videotapes and other evidences on that fucking plane and putting those things outside of the United States jurisdiction in an attempt to conceal his motherfucking crimes, bitch. That's what that nigga was allegedly doing. Diddy was flying the T overseas, making it inaccessible to the feds, making it inaccessible. Okay, to this grand jury, etc. Girl, ain't no telling what the hell was loaded up on this private plane. They already retrieved 1,000 narcotics, GUNs, and 1,000 not 1,000 narcotics, but 1,000 bottles of lubricant, narcotics, and AK-15s from this man's home. I believe the real dark, diabolical, sickening, explicit, incriminating receipts on Diddy ass, that motherfucker put on a private plane and hauled that shit over to the Caribbean islands. This is who the damn United States need to be in cahoots with, baby. They need to be further investigating Diddy's private jet down there to the Caribbean islands, honey. They need to be pulling in subpoenas and tracking what was taken off that plane. Where was the items that were seized from that plane? Where were they put? Where were they stored? Are they in a house in the Caribbean? Are they in a storage unit in the Caribbean, honey? Because that's where the worst of the shit is, in my opinion. We got into all of this, honey, on Nosy Whole Lies channel on yesterday, baby. Okay? This where the worst of it is at. I don't even believe that what the feds got right now is everything, but they obviously have enough to do what they're doing right now. They already done seized the narcotics. They done seized the GUNs. They have recordings of Diddy and his cohorts coercing victims and witnesses, giving them false stories and cover stories to cover up and conceal his crimes. They have evidence of him bribing victims and witnesses. They got all type of ish on Diddy ass. But what was on that private jet, bitch, in the Caribbean island, that's where the head of Satan is. All right, now let's get back to, let's check on this. Oh, baby, they really taking their time over here, honey. What Diddy and they doing? Crying, bitch? His son has already done came out, so what they waiting on? It don't matter, because we're going to be right here waiting, baby. We're going to be right here waiting, honey. All right, now, y'all know Don from Danity Kane also recently filed a lawsuit against Diddy. Hold on, let me see what this is that I sent.
If you have ADHD,
let me see something. Hold on, y'all. Let me check, make sure what this is. Why they sent me this and I already got this pulled up? Anyway, y'all know that Don from Danity Kane has sued Diddy girl. Her lawsuit is also explosive as hell. Now, Don is being met with a lot of mixed energy because Dawn from Danity Kane, not only was she one of Diddy's favorites, okay? She was a Diddy favorite. Remember, she was the only one who didn't get fired from Danity Kane. And then remember, apparently, Diddy gave the rights to Danity Kane's intellectual property to Dawn as well. And then remember, Dawn also went on to be one of the lead performers and talent in his group Dirty Money. Don and Diddy was working together all the way up till last year for Diddy's 5th studio album. Okay? Remember, he brought her back for a song called Deliver Me. All right, here's that song right here, which features Busta Rhymes, Dawn, as you guys see here, and high-flying ass Mammy Kalina, who is claiming, girl, she saw no evil, she hear no motherfucking evil with her ratchet, mammy-fied ass. I can't stand that bitch. All right, now this song was released, and this project came out last year. Deliver Me. It's a third track on Diddy's 5th studio album, and it features American rapper Busta Rhymes, American singers Dawn and Kalina, the latter to being part of the duo of Dirty Money. All right. And Dawn was flapping her nappy ass pixie cut all around, social media, promoting this project, excited about this project, etc. Girl. So people found it very interesting that Dawn pulled the lawsuit card because she has had her head so far up Diddy's ass that you couldn't tell where his head began and where her feet ended, baby, because it looked like one long ass infused body. All right. Now, I found this interview of Dawn back in 2017 with Hot 97. I want you to listen to Dawn's response when the interviewer goes to ask her about her relationship to Diddy at this point. Now, this is before last year when she linked back up with him back in 2017. This was her getting her mammification on.
To Diddy?
Oh, hold on. Fair use. Let me put up a fair use banner, honey. Of course, this is for research, parody, all of that purposes. Shout out to Hot 97. Fair use, fair use, fair use. Once again, check out what Don had to say. Matter of fact, we want to do part of this visual, part of this audio.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ever since you went independent, do you talk to Diddy?
Not as often as I'd like, but that's the homie forever.
Yeah.
People will never understand that relationship. Like, people didn't know that Puff had bought me out of a contract prior to even getting on the show.
Really?
So I had loyalty to that, and that's a respect that I understand that I loved my group, and I know that it wasn't I chose Puff over my group at the time. It was more of when someone does that, where I come from, you got to respect that on a large level. So I gave loyalty to him.
Okay, now, and y'all know I got to give a commentary for it to fall within fair use. So here it is. Dawn just also let it be known that Diddy brought her out of her contract. Okay. She feels completely indebted to him. She was making her own backdoor deals with Diddy, etc. Her allegiance is to Diddy. No one knew until this interview when she let it be known that Diddy brought her out of her contract. And mind you, going back to making a band, Dawn had a habit of always being Diddy's favorite. And even the girls and the guys, Day 26, took notice of it. Like, he was always just particularly fond of Dawn. And Dawn would seemingly kind of get this reputation of being like teacher's pet, etc. Now, you guys also know Dawn was kind of problematic. Remember, there was an argument between her and her boyfriend at the time for Day 26, who was feeling like her and Diddy was fucking then. Oh, yeah, girl, it was real messy back in the making the band days, girl. Back in the Day 26, Danity Kane days, girl, they had a lot of dramas, girl. Apparently, she popped Aubrey ass. Apparently, she was fucking Diddy then at the time. And then my homeboy, who was like a super fanatic, he was super obsessed with fucking Danity Kane. Like, this was one of his favorite girl groups, girl. So he would keep up with everything they did, girl. He would be like, because I think they used to be like, they used to have to do this forum, this Danity Kane forum online. Like, this is before social media was social media, but social media was kind of starting to become a thing, but not really. It was in like those MySpacey days. And he would like watch all of the Fringe interviews. He showed me this interview years ago. I don't remember whether it was of Aubrey, but it was of one of the Danity Kane members who was talking about how, like, a part of their talent contract for Bad Boys as a girl group was that they had to do like fan participation stuff. And they would have to go online like a certain amount of times, either like a month or a week, and sit within these forums and interact with the fans. Within this forum, there was this like troll bitch who was always trolling all the girls, but they would never troll Dawn. They would fat shame the short one. They would like body shame the rest of the girls, call them ugly, call them talentless, call them fat whores. They would like just say the most deplorable, disgusting things they could to the girls of Danity Kane, but they would never target Dawn. Well, I don't know whether it was Aubrey, but it's one of these people, one of the girls, like during one of their, because they would have to sit in this room and they will all do this together and they will all be on like their individual computers. Well, Dawn apparently had gotten up to leave to go to the restroom or something. And I think Aubrey or one of the girls had ended up getting on her computer. Or no, I think it was like the next day they had to come back to do fan engagements, and one of the members ended up sitting at the computer that Dawn had used the day before. And Dawn was still logged in to her account from yesterday. Come to find out, Dawn was logged in as the fucking troll who was trolling her own fucking bandmates from this fake troll account, talking all this shit, playing off all these securities, all these insecurities to the girls. Like, Dawn ass was sick, bitch. Was sick, and she kind of alluded to it in this interview too. She kind of like mulled over it in a general way. I'm gonna let y'all hear it, girl. But there's a reason why Dawn ass was Diddy's favorite. That bitch was with the shits. That bitch was not well. And I believe that Diddy sniffed out the same fucked up energy on himself on her ass. Because see, other abusers and weirdos, they can sniff out other weirdos. It's almost like a pheromone that these people give off. That's why the Bible talks about familiar spirits. Like attracting like. It's the law of the universe. It's almost like a pheromone that's given off. Kind of like how cats can detect other cats. Dogs can detect other damn dogs. And she was fucking with Diddy all the way up to last December. Ironically, when Cassie's lawsuit dropped, Dawn was still with the shits. But continue to listen to her glorify P. Diddy.
I never forget that. And my father and my mother, for what we gone through, we'll never forget that. And I think with all his crazy, I look at things like that as loyalty. So I was loyal to him, and I paid my dues back like a businesswoman should.
Right.
Until he said, okay, your dues are paid. And then I left. Not, I'm going to leave you after you did me something.
And then just...
And a solid. And then say, oh, by the way, thank you for buying out my contract, but now I'm going to go over here. I just never said anything about that. I kept
that contract.
And I never told anybody. I took all the hate that came with it, that people thought I had didn't choose my group.
And
I just took it. Because it's a loyalty thing for me. It's a respect.
Absolutely.
You know, and I didn't want to get shelved. I didn't want to get like financially and business wise. It just wasn't smart.
Yeah.
So I wanted to pay my dues. So I did. And
now Dawn here is talking about having to pay her dues and how she didn't want to get shelved. Remember, Dawn was always known, even then, during Danity Kane era, Day 26 era, as the girl who was like, oh, she's so career, like she's, put her career first. It comes before her relationships, before da-da-da-da-da. And Dawn is like doubling down on that. Like, bitch, I'm shallow. I'm superficial. I wanted to be somebody. And bitch, I was going to play the game and do whatever I had to do to be the girl that I believe I was called to be. All this weird ass energy and obsessing over celebrity, this arrogance, this self-obsession, this selfishness, etc. All this stuff was around Dawn's reputation even earlier on. That's why I'm not surprised that Diddy ultimately like plucked Dawn out of Danity Kane and ran off with her ass and left the other girls. He knew who Dawn had the potential to be. And I ain't talking about had the potential to be Beyonce. He knew who the hell she had the potential to be, in my opinion. My opinion, Dawn. You better keep your cease and desist, bitch. In my opinion, he knew who the hell she had the potential to be in his dark ass kingdom. In his dark ass fucking kingdom. He saw the personality B type on her ass. He saw the desperation for her ass to be somebody. Remember, she's saying she ain't want to be shelved. She ain't want to be this, that, and the third. Let me rewind it back. okay? Because she gonna get more into it, child. Now, this is back in 2017. She been working with Diddy all the way up until December of last year when Cassie filed her lawsuit.
Respect.
Absolutely.
You know,
It's
and
a
I
respect
didn't want to
thing.
get shelved. I didn't want to get bit. Just took it.
Yeah.
Because it's a loyalty thing for me. It's a respect.
Absolutely.
You know, and I didn't want to get shelved. I didn't want to get like financially and business wise. It just wasn't smart.
Yeah.
So I wanted to pay my dues. So I did, and I always respect him for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nice. What's the best advice he's ever given you?
He
I'm
don't
sure there's
give-
a bunch.
He don't give advice. Puff is smart. He does it in his actions.
Hold on, y'all. It's 353 of y'all in the building, and it is only 246 likes on the video. Come on, y'all. Get these likes up, honey. I'm working my ass off. Baby, y'all see all these damn tabs I got here on the computer, baby? I've been putting in that research for y'all, honey. I'm working, honey, okay? So thumbs up the video. Show the stream some love. Show the work ethic some love. Show the consistency some love, honey. Show the coverage some love, child. Matter of fact, speaking of coverage, let me push on back over here to Associated Press, honey. Okay, they ain't nobody came outside yet, child. I guess Diddy's still crying. Oh, wait a minute. We got coverage. Uh-oh. Hold on. We might got to pause. Danity, we got coverage. They done now. They're inside of the courthouse. Okay, so they're getting closer, honey, to this press conference situation, honey. All right. Something about to go down, so we're going to keep our eye out on Associated Press, because no matter where I am in this commentary, once this press conference starts, we're going to watch this press conference live together. All right. Once again, thumbs up, 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 up. Until then, let's get back to Dawn talking about Diddy and her loyalty.
He never sleeps. He has people always around him, and he pays attention to the pulse. He's a marketing man.
Yeah.
More than anything. And he's blessed with an ear. That's two very powerful things.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you're smart, you don't take advice, you pay attention. So I just paid attention, you know, and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also,
Whoop!
he gave me a shot. I don't have.
Oh, now see, that was the statement. He's exactly what people say he is. But hell, he gave me a shot, so fuck it. He said to my ass, so fuck it. This is that selfish, self-centered narcissism. Dawn would do any motherfucking thing for a Klondike bar as long as her needs are being met. She don't give a fuck at to what or whose expense it came out of the bitch mouth herself. Let me rewind it back. I want y'all to see it, honey. I'm gonna show y'all the visual, honey. It came out of her mouth, not mine.
Perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is.
Yeah.
It wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great. Okay, now this is her. She letting the tea spill out. But the bitch gonna double down on basically, I don't give a fuck. Because I'm trying to do me. I'm trying to get to the Wizard of Oz on the Yellow Brick Road, girl. So, I mean, yeah, girl, shit was all towed up, honey. I ain't gonna get into the details because I got loyalty and I'm a self-centered bitch. I'm the female Diddy bitch in terms of ambition and self-centeredness and apathetic and don't give a fuck about nobody else but myself. So, hell, you know, whatever it was, honey, it wasn't all great. But, he gave me, I. Rewind the bike.
Now, and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have.
Wow, I don't have the story you have. But the bitch filed a lawsuit in 2023 saying she's been victimized, saying she's been abused, she's been this, that, and the third. But she was aware that shit wasn't all perfect. Admit she didn't give a fuck. That she put her own needs first and was doing what she had to do. That he is what people say he is. But she's not no victim. That's not her story about Diddy. Now it's her story about Diddy. It wasn't her story about Diddy. Was just work and meant it because she was just working with the nigga all the way up till December of last year when Cassie filed her lawsuit.
Perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have the I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business.
Wow.
And I don't have no bad stories.
Ain't no bad stories, and I don't give a fuck. It wasn't all good. I know it wasn't all good. I know he was fucked up. He is what motherfuckers say it is, but it don't matter. He gave me a chance. I got out alive. I got out with a business of it. This is who Don always was. Y'all gotta go back and watch that Making a Band shit, bitch. They was clocking Don T even then. She was arguing with her boyfriend then, who was accusing her of fucking Diddy then. The entanglements were happening allegedly then.
Only support.
Girl, when I listened to this interview last night, I was shooketh.
So
she don't got that story. She ain't got none of that. Now she got a lawsuit against his ass. We're gonna talk about it.
Exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he gave all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's exactly what people say he is. Exactly what people say he all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. So
wow.
And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. So
all right, let's pause it there, honey, because we're gonna get back to that, honey. Let's see here. All right, the press conference done started. Let me wind it back a little bit, honey. Let's get into the things. This is the press conference about Diddy's indictment that we've been waiting on. All right, let's do it.
Morning, everyone. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the U.S. Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, I'm announcing the unsealing of a 3-count indictment, charging Sean Combs with racketeering conspiracy, sex trafficking, interstate transportation for prostitution. The indictment alleges that between at least 2008 and the present, Combs abused, threatened, and coerced victims to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. As alleged in the indictment, to carry out this conduct, Sean Combs led and participated in a racketeering conspiracy that used the business empire he controlled to carry out criminal activity, including sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and the obstruction of justice. Let me say a little bit more about the charges. The indictment alleges that Combs abused and exploited women and other people for years, and in a variety of ways. As alleged, Combs used force, threats of force, and coercion to cause victims to engage in extended sexual performances with male commercial sex workers, some of whom he transported or caused to be transported over state lines. Combs allegedly planned and controlled the sex performances, which he called freak-offs, and he often electronically recorded them. The freak-offs sometimes lasted days at a time, involved multiple commercial sex workers, and often involved a variety of narcotics, such as ketamine, ecstasy, and GHB, which Combs distributed to the victims to keep them obedient and compliant. As alleged, when Combs didn't get his way, he was violent, and he subjected victims to physical, emotional, and verbal abuse so that they would participate in the freak-offs, and that Combs hit, kicked, threw objects at, and dragged victims, at times by their hair. On one occasion in March of 2016, that conduct was captured on video and later reported in the media. Specifically, Combs kicked, dragged, and threw a vase at a victim in a Los Angeles hotel when the victim was attempting to flee. As alleged, these assaults often resulted in injuries to the victims, which took days or weeks to heal. In addition to the violence, the indictment alleges that Combs threatened and coerced victims to get them to participate in the freak-offs. He used the embarrassing and sensitive recordings he made of the freak-offs as collateral against the victims. And the indictment alleges that he maintained control over the victims in several ways, including by giving them drugs, by giving and threatening to take away financial support or housing, by promising them career opportunities, by monitoring their whereabouts, and even by dictating their physical appearance. Because of all of this, the indictment alleges that the victims did not believe they could refuse Combs without risking their security or facing more abuse. The indictment also alleges other acts of violence undertaken by Combs and others, including violence against witnesses to his abuse, kidnapping, and arson. The indictment alleges that on more than one occasion, Combs carried or brandished firearms to intimidate and threaten victims and witnesses. Now, Combs did not do this all on his own. As I mentioned, Combs has been charged with RICO conspiracy. He used his business and employees of that business and other close associates to get his way. Those individuals allegedly included high-ranking supervisors in the business, personal assistants, security staff, and household staff. The indictment alleges that those individuals facilitated the freak-offs. They booked the hotel rooms and stocked them with the supplies, including drugs, baby oil, personal lubricant, extra linens, and lighting. When the hotel rooms got damaged, they helped clean it up. They arranged for victims and commercial sex workers to travel for the freak-offs, and they delivered large quantities of cash to Combs to pay for the commercial sex workers. The indictment also alleges that they helped Combs cover up his crimes. During the March 2016 incident at the LA hotel that I mentioned earlier, a member of the hotel security staff intervened, and Combs attempted to bribe the staff member with a stack of cash to make sure that what happened was kept quiet. And as the indictment alleges, in late 2023, after public allegations were made about Combs' crimes, he and others pressured witnesses and victims to stay silent, including by making phone calls to witnesses and victims and giving them a false narrative of what they had experienced. And as alleged, Combs used others to help conceal his abuse by monitoring and preventing victims from leaving a location in order to hide their injuries, or by locating and contacting a victim who had attempted to flee. As part of this investigation, in March of this year, special agents from HSI executed search warrants at Combs' residences in Miami and Los Angeles. They also executed a warrant for Combs' electronic devices. During those searches, agents seized evidence of the crimes charged in this indictment. They seized firearms and ammunition, including 3 defaced AR-15s and a large capacity drum magazine. They also seized evidence of the freak-offs, electronic devices that contain images and videos of the freak-offs with multiple victims. And they seized cases and cases of the kinds of personal lubricant and baby oil that Combs' staff allegedly used to stock hotel rooms for the freak-offs, more than 1,000 bottles altogether. Here are some of the items that we recovered during the searches.
Wow, wow, wow.
As you can see here, this is a drum magazine, large capacity, and it contains, I believe, 59 rounds.
Wow.
I mentioned as well that we recovered 3 AR-15s. This is a close-up shot of one of the AR-15s, and you can see right here, the serial number has been thoroughly defaced. Another picture of more ammunition and parts of 2 AR-15s right there.
Wow.
Now, I want to be clear about 2 things.
Please do.
First, this office is determined to investigate and prosecute anyone who engages in sex trafficking, no matter how powerful or wealthy or famous you may be. No one should doubt our commitment on that. A year ago, Sean Combs stood in Times Square and was handed a key to New York City. Today, he's been indicted and will face justice in the Southern District of New York.
Jesus.
Second, we are not done. This investigation is ongoing, and I encourage anyone with information about this case to come forward and to do it quickly. Anyone with information can call 1-877-4-HSI-TIP. I want to express my deep appreciation for the victims and witnesses who have used their voices and helped bring this criminal conduct to light. We would not be here without them. I also want to thank the dedicated case agents on the HSI Trafficking in Person Squad in New York. They have been with us since day one and have worked tirelessly on this investigation. They will continue to be invaluable partners to us. I also want to thank the incredible agents and analysts from SCNY who have also provided tremendous assistance on this case. I'm deeply grateful for their continued work. And finally, I want to thank the outstanding career prosecutors from SCNY who are handling this case. Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Chrissy Slavic, Madison Smizer, and Missy Steiner, and their supervisors, Jamie Baglither and Jacqueline Kelly. They are members of the Civil Rights Unit in our criminal division. We created the Civil Rights Unit when I became U.S. Attorney. I'm deeply proud of their work on this and so many other cases. I'll now take some questions.
Racketeering, ABC.
Damien, thanks. The indictment describes aggressive, open, violent, hedonistic abuse that you say was recurrent and widely known. Why did it take law enforcement so long to intervene? How many women were victimized by Sean Combs, and how many others were involved?
Look, our investigation is ongoing. We are committed to bringing justice to everyone who's been victimized by the defendant. I can't tell you why it took so long. I think the better focus is on the fact that we are here today. And we are committed to making sure that justice is done. Next question.
Julia Ainsley, NBC.
Thank you for doing this. You said we are not done and that Combs did not do this alone. Do you foresee that there could be other charges related to this case?
I'm not taking anything off the table.
Janet Fisher, Newsday.
What's the difference between the sex trafficking and promoting travel for the purpose of prostitution?
Well, there are different crimes with different elements. I don't think we should get into the nitty-gritty of the legal discussion right now, but the sex trafficking, we believe, they're all serious offenses, but the sex trafficking conduct carries some significant penalties, and we are gratified that we were able to bring that charge.
One more coercive than the other?
I'm not going to be able to get into that, but you can look it up, and yes, sex trafficking, especially when it involves coercion or force, is a very serious crime that carries significant penalties.
Good afternoon, Darla Miles, ABC 7 New York. Thank you for this press conference and for the details. 2 questions. In context of this indictment and the information that was presented to the grand jury, are you able to clarify the number of victims? It's mentioned plural in the indictment, but can you specify the number of victims just for this particular indictment? And secondly, can you provide details about the alleged arson?
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm not able to provide either. The number of victims, you are correct. We are intentional in saying multiple. The details of the arson incident are limited to what we have in the indictment and also the detention letter that we filed, which contains more details than the indictment does at various points, but we don't have anything more beyond that. Next question.
Lynn Tran, CNN.
Are any of his accomplices or associates under investigation? And additionally, could he face any more charges?
So the investigation is ongoing. That means both as to him and to anyone else who we believe committed the crime with him. Next question.
Julia Papa.
Hi, good morning from 1010 Wins. Any indication that some of the women or victims here were imprisoned in his residences, and did he have locations where he kept them, and they were not allowed to leave? And also, he's indicted here, although there were searches and raids in LA, Miami. Why in New York?
Well, I'm biased. I'm the U.S. Attorney of the Southern District of New York. I think that we have an outstanding track record of bringing some of the most impactful, sprawling, complex, difficult sex trafficking, human trafficking, labor trafficking, you name it. The Southern District of New York can do it, and so we're very proud of that. And so the scope and complexity of this investigation isn't something that we ran from. It's something that we embrace, and we will continue to do that. As yes, your question about whether he imprisoned anyone. All I can say is that, I mentioned this March 2016 incident where something was caught on video where a victim was attempting to flee, and there was violence that was associated with it. That was at a hotel.
Think about Cassie.
Thanks a lot. Does your office intend to seek remand, or are you reaching a bail package? And
I just got to say real quick, Cassie is whooping Diddy's ass because her ass was able to get her multi-billion-dollar ass settlement within a 24-hour period. I mean, a 48-hour period. And then on top of that, got to kick this bitch back in criminally. Cassie, bitch, you better motherfucking do it. This is how you round the motherfucking nigga up, baby. This is how you close the front end and the back end. She civilly sued his ass, had him running for the high heels, girl, settled out of court in less than 48 hours after filing, and then turned around, opted up with the motherfucking fakes, and kicked this bitch in, baby. We better resurrect a damn statue of Cassie. Cassie ass single-handedly launched this entire motherfucking hit on Diddy ass. I want to see a statue just as big as the Statue of Liberty of Cassie ass in New York, baby. Cassie, bitch, you did that shit. You did that shit, bitch.
if you're willing, how would you contrast this with the R. Kelly case in EDNY in terms of the elements? Thanks.
So we will be seeking detention. We have filed a letter laying out our reasoning for seeking pretrial detention. I'm not going to be able to expand beyond what's in the letter, but it contains all of the reasoning, and it contains the law as well. There is a presumption of detention in a case like this, and we think that's warranted.
John Anise, New York Daily News.
Thank you. I was hoping to get some more detail about the searches of his residence, the guns, the cases of lubricant, and the videos. Where were they found amongst his residence? Were they all scattered around the houses in one place? So I kind of wanted to just get a better picture of how that stuff was found.
Well, look, I think that some of the details that you're seeking are in the detention letter. So, for instance, some of the AR-15s, 2 of the 3 face AR-15s were found in his bedroom closet in Miami, broken down into parts along with magazines with ammunition loaded in them. So some of that detail is in the detention letter. Beyond that, I'm not going to be able to get into where other items were stored.
And Kochman, Post.
Hey, thanks for doing this. Your office was the office that had been prosecuting Jeffrey Epstein before he died in custody. I have not read your detention memo yet. It's the first thing I'm going to do after this ends. But does the memo address, or is your office concerned with Combs' safety in custody, given what happened with Epstein?
So we are concerned with anyone's safety whenever they are detained prior to trial. It's part of our obligations to keep people safe as well. It's part of the criminal justice system. So, but I do not draw any sort of connection between Jeffrey Epstein's suicide and what may or may not happen to any other defendant while they are detained pre-trial. And of course, the decision whether to detain the defendant will be up to a judge. Our position is that pretrial detention is warranted under the law and based on the facts of this case. And I'll leave it at that.
Are some of the prosecutors on this case some of the same prosecutors that have been handling that, or that worked on the Maxwell case?
So I'm not going to get into the staffing. I will say that this team, this group of AUSAs, this incredible group has been working on this case around the clock, and they've had their hands full. Next question.
Gus Rosendale, NBC News.
Good morning, sir. Combs' attorney said that his client has been cooperative with investigators. He said that this morning. I was wondering if you would have a reaction to that.
Let me just say this. I think that generally and with increasing frequency, the word cooperative or cooperating has taken on tremendous elasticity and it no longer really bears any relation to what the word means when we use it in a very specific context. So responding to lawful process and the like does not qualify as cooperation when we use that term here.
Mike Sisak, AP.
Thanks. To that end, was there any discussion of Mr. Combs surrendering? I understand he was taken into custody at a hotel in Manhattan last night, and maybe that wasn't the plan. Can you elaborate on how that came about and why that was?
I'm not going to be able to get into any sort of operational details as to how he was taken into custody and when. He is in custody right now. He will be appearing in court with him today.
Was there any discussion of him surrendering, given they claim he's cooperating?
I'm not going to be able to get into law enforcement tactics or operations. Well, I can't get into the charging decision. It is very meaningful to us that weapons were possessed, as we allege in the indictment. Part of the reason why this conduct was so pervasive and harmful was because victims and others didn't necessarily feel comfortable denying him his wishes, as we allege, because of the presence of firearms. I should leave it there.
Thanks. Last question, Jacob Shamison. Jacob Shamsian, Business Insider. Thank you. Given that he's the sole defendant in this case and that you allege he's part of a conspiracy that involves members of his companies, do you anticipate a superseding indictment bring allegations against other members of his companies or other co-conspirators as well?
I can't take anything off the table. Anything is possible. Our investigation is very active and ongoing. And I think a lot of you who cover this office know that when we say such things, that developments are certainly foreseeable, but I cannot predict them sitting here today. All right, thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay, so we got a bunch of general information. Okay. Of course, you guys cannot expect them to give away, a bunch of nuanced details, how many victims, etc. Girl, this is an ongoing investigation, and the FBI and prosecutors and DA are not worried about appealing to our nosiness more so than they are prioritizing conviction. So a thorough investigation and maintaining the integrity of their investigation is what their job is. Okay, it's not to get out here and be the Wendy Williams of social media. So rightfully so, they are given general information. As old boy just said, nobody's off the hook. This is a racketeering, trafficking charge. In case there's going to be multiple moving parts, they are not leaving anything off the table. And once again, I think what they're trying to do is also not tip off, any suspects. All right, now you guys are speculating in the chat about a bond. Will Diddy be released on bond? I don't know, because it was being reported last night that Diddy actually got arrested and apprehended a day earlier than he was scheduled. Because remember, like a month or two ago, we had reported that Diddy's attorney was working with the DA to basically have him come in because, they knew that this indictment was coming. Come in, he can do his paperwork, take his mugshot, and then he can leave, kind of like Donald Trump did. But then something happened that expedited them seizing his ass last night in the heat of the night and dragging his ass down there. Now, we was on Nosy Hole channel last night speculating that possibly what could have jump-started and expedited this shit was Don's lawsuit against Diddy, which I have pulled up here too, girl. This lawsuit really, I mean, on top of it just being extreme and tragic because of the violence and the SA, there's a just very spooky, I don't know, something about Don's lawsuit has just this eeriness over it, girl. Like, we're going to go through her lawsuit as well, child. But they're saying that, some are feeling like, girl, her lawsuit expedited this whole thing. Don spoke about exotic women and albinos being trafficked, being vacuumed into this whole prostitution ring. She spoke about young girls. It was giving minors were being vacuumed into this as well. I don't know whether that escalated things on the DA's part, or I'm wondering if the DA just went in a day earlier because they just didn't want to give Diddy the benefit of a doubt, and maybe felt he also kind of would be a flight risk. And so they went in earlier to make sure that they could capture and seize his ass accordingly, because Diddy does have means. He's a wealthy man. He has a private jet. He can haul ass, etc. Yeah, he's being cooperative. But as we get down to the final hour, Cinderella, maybe they didn't want to take no chances. And, they hoodwinked his ass, and set his ass up and went in there a day early. Okay, let me pull this up and see what they're talking about. Okay, so it's just the press sitting around. My melody says because the reason why they wouldn't scoop them up, he was getting ready to run and leave the country. That's the T. I believe that Ninja is going to post bail. We're going to see. He more than likely will probably get bail. More than likely, he'll get bail. Since he's been cooperative, I believe that that's all been in order for him to be able to get bail, which is why he's been cooperative with authorities, etc. Blah, 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 so that he doesn't do anything that makes him look like a flight risk. So, I don't know, but they also might deny him bail since there are allegedly so many victims. And this is also why the DA and the prosecutors, they're not wanting to give a lot of details about all of that, because Diddy, once again, is a man with means and power. And he didn't do this alone. He was nested within a network of abusers. And so all of the victims, they're not sitting in protected custody. So they're not going to be giving away all these details about how many, and that gives Diddy's side the opportunity to try to narrow down who the fuck they think might be snitching them out and put these potential victims in harm's way. With there being so many victims, and with him already having a history of coercion and threats of violence and arson, and them retrieving caches of weapons and AK-15s out of his home, they may deny him bail so that he's not able to orchestrate any retaliation against any potential witnesses, any potential victims that are obviously working in conjunction with this investigation. So that bail could go one or two ways, because of how volatile and how violent his crimes have been, and his intimidation and fear tactics have been. They may deny his ass bail and hold on to him because he poses too much of a threat to the witnesses and the victims who are going to be working in tandem with this. And I think they need to deny his motherfucking bail because he does pose as a safety risk to the public. So I hope they keep his ass in there until it's trial time, baby. What y'all think? Miss Mika says, in my opinion, the case is too high profile, and with him having the means, they are not going to give him bail. They're going to make an example out of him. Good, and I hope they do. Sonia says, it's a wrap, no bail with the feds. Because remember, Whitehead got indicted, super indicted, but was able to post bail as well, even being like a 2-time, 3-time convicted felon, being a repeat offender, etc. child. But he was able to post bail as well. Now this, the nature of Diddy's indictments obviously surround violence, etc. Girl, I hope they deny him bail too. Yes. And see, when it comes to these judges, you just never know. These judges, it's just, you never know. Things that you think would be just obvious to do sometimes be the complete opposite of what a judge will sign off on. Things that you would think they wouldn't do, they end up doing. So you just never know when it comes to criminal justice system. And then you're talking about money, you're talking about relationships, you're talking about backdoor deals, etc. Girl, it's no telling. So, I never can put all my eggs in one basket when it comes to any type of case, no matter how open and shut it seems, because you just never know, especially these days. You just never know. We've seen some wild-ish happen legally. Them pow charges alone are going to get that bail denied, period. Y'all see what happened to Tory Lanez, baby? Them GUN charges were damn as worse as ooting at Megan, child, that did Tory ass in. Singing to Mariah is a rap. I don't think he's making trial. Woo! Non-violent. He was violent with Cassie and Kim Porter. He just better hope they don't Nino Brown his ass. As you guys saw, the press did ask, are y'all concerned with, something happening to Diddy like in the Epstein situation? They're like, hell no, and we don't care. I don't think they give a damn, honey. Okay, they probably would see it as, justice if something happened to his ass, whether it's by his own hands or by the hands of someone else. But Diddy needs to be filtered through this entire system, okay? He don't need to take the easy way out, and I don't think any of us would believe that Diddy would self-harm. If Diddy didn't self-harm all the way up to this point, and he knew this was all coming, and he know the evidence that's against him is explicit as hell, and he unalive himself, he ain't got no reason to unalive himself now. That would be a psyop. Diddy ass would not have unalived himself, girl. He just brought his way out of being persecuted and got to go live in some other goddamn part of the world, low-key, and evade persecution because the higher-ups are going to protect his ass in order to protect their asses, because some of them know that their asses are on these tapes too. I fully believe that Diddy's private jet back in March that was being traced, that was sent to the Caribbean islands while his ass was here in Miami, was Diddy sending all the real tea over to the Caribbeans, to hiding that evidence. I think those tapes, what's on that goddamn plane, is where the heavy evidence is. Fully believe that. All right, but let's get back to Don, because y'all know Don sued Diddy ass. But here it is once again. She's in an interview talking about how, well, I'm going to let y'all hear for yourselves again. Dawn from Danity Kane in 2016 and 2017 sitting down with Hot 97 about her relationship to Diddy.
Smart.
Yeah.
So I wanted to pay my dues, so I did, and I always respect him for that.
Yeah. Wow,
Yeah.
that's nice. What's the best advice he's ever given you?
He
I'm
don't
sure there's a
give-
bunch.
He don't give advice. Puff is smart. He does it in his actions. He never sleeps. He has people always around him, and he pays attention to the pulse. He's a marketing man.
Yeah.
More than anything. And he's blessed with an ear. That's two very powerful things.
Yeah.
Right? And so if you're smart, you don't take advice, you pay attention. So I just paid attention, and that's it. It wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great.
Yeah.
He's exactly what people say he is,
Yeah.
but he's also,
wow,
he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business.
But she just sued him. And after just working with him last year on his album. But she just sued him. But said everything that everybody says about Diddy is true. It's not all good, but who gives a damn? I got a deal. He mentored me. He put me on. I don't give a fuck.
I got out alive.
Yeah.
And
I want y'all to hear that.
He gave me a shot. I don't have the...
This is the woman who just sued Diddy.
You don't take advice. You pay attention. Just paid attention. All perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly...
I just can't get over her saying this. I just can't get over it.
All perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is.
Wow.
But he's also... He gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have the... I got out alive.
Yeah.
And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. There was no...
I don't have no bad stories, but just filed a 55-page lawsuit against this man detailing the nightmare that was imposed upon the sweet dream.
Was only support. So if I don't have no bad stories, there was no... That was only support. I don't have no bad stories. There was no... That was only support. I don't have no bad stories. There was no... That was only support. So if you do good by other people, they'll do good by you.
I agree.
And so that's what I tried to do. I didn't do it perfectly. It probably was imperfect and it probably looked crazy and I probably made mistakes and I totally did.
Okay, now I think Don Ash right here, I think the bitch was trying to low-key admit, like this was like a low-key admission, just so that in case anything came out, first of all, I don't think she anticipated all that would come out like 5 years later from this interview. But I think because she knew she was a team player, she knew she was with the shits allegedly, because she knew that she was playing the game, as they say. That's what happened. Let me tell y'all something about this industry. Everybody in this industry who's been through SA, everybody who's in this industry who has been subjected and experienced all manners of exploitation and violation are not per se victims. Some of these people wanted to be in these clubs. That's why we have the infamous selling your soul to the devil, making the deal with the devil. Some of these people sought the opportunity to get into these clubs. It's like doing what you got to do to get into a fraternity or a sorority, and you know what the hazing process entails. You have every opportunity to not go through this process. Nobody's putting a GU into your head to make you sign up to be in a fraternity or to be in the sorority. You of your own free will can either choose to be a part of that or not part of that by going through these humiliation rituals, etc. And you choose out of your own being consciously aware of what you're going to have to contribute, what you're going to have to give up, what you're going to have to do, what you're going to have to rendezvous with, because you want what you want. Not everybody in this industry and in these spaces who have experiences are victims in the way in which we understand the word and the basic definition of victimhood. Some of these people wanted to be a part, metaphorically speaking, of the blood and the Crips. Some of these people came seeking out these pathways, just like people go seek sorcerers and Satanists and witches for spells and curses and manifestations, just like people go seeking a hitman. There are people who sought to be initiated, who wanted to get to the top and wanted to get access to what they wanted to get access to by any means necessary. But because they have the actual experiences, they're able to conveniently play up the narrative role, because they did watch things happen. They did witness certain things. Certain things were done to them, but not in the context of being a victim. So people are able to be manipulative in that way when it comes to their experiences. You have people who were genuinely victimized. This is not what the fuck I signed up for. I was literally forced against my will. Da 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 da. And then you have people who did what they had to do and either didn't like the outcome, or hell, in Dawn's case, let me tell you what I believe happened with Dawn. And we're going to pile through her shit too. What I believe happened with Dawn. Since the making of the Band-Aids, the Danity Kane Day 26 days, Dawn Ass was always reputationally known for being shallow, putting her career first, to the point where it was almost unbecoming. She was the only girl Diddy didn't fire from Danity Kane. He gave her the rights to Danity Kane. She admitted in this interview that he also brought her out of her contract, which nobody knew. Her and her boyfriend from day 26 at the time was fighting because he had believed she was fucking Diddy then. Okay, there were all type of entanglements going on, girl, even then. And then remember that story I told y'all about D Woods or Aubrey, one of the girls talking about way back in Danity Kane days. They were being trolled online in this fan forum group that they had to do like monthly as a group. They had to go interact in this forum. And then one of the girls ended up using Dawn's computer and she was logged into the troll's account. And she was in fact the actual troll who was trolling her other bandmates, body shaming them, weight shaming them, trashing their talent, talking mad shit. This was Dawn Ass who was doing this shit. This bitch been fucked up from the gate. I never liked this girl since making the band. Already knew her tea, girl, was already clocking it from the beginning. And anybody who can get on Diddy's good side got to be a fucked up motherfucker. It's almost like Trump bragging about how all of the world's dictators love him. Girl, that's actually not a flex. That's actually not a flex, girl. That dictators and global psychopaths and maniacs consider you to be cool, girl, and like you. That's actually says everything in and of itself. I believe Diddy sniffed her ass out. He could sense that she had the same thing in her that he had in him, a ruthless ass ambition. He saw how her ass didn't give a fuck about what happened to the rest of her bandmates. He could see her narcissism. He could see, once again, that ruthlessness in the energy, baby. And it was like-minded coming into like-minded. And Dawn was going to be with all the shits. She worked with his ass all the way up to 2023. She's here talking about forever being indebted. She ain't had no negative experiences. This is her telling the truth, bitch, because from the actual context, unlike the one she represented in her lawsuit, oh, I was a victim, the truth is, once again, I believe like attracted like. Dawn was with the shits. Dawn liked having proximity to this high-profile person, because let's be fucking honest, Dawn did not make it outside of Diddy. So this was as good as it ever got for Dawn. She never became the Beyonce. She never performed at the BET Awards. She never performed at the Grammys. She never performed at the VMAs. She never popped off beyond performing at the local Chuck E. Cheese's and LGBT pride events, bitch. Okay? She pretty much became a damn underground artist after her commercial success wrapped with Danity Kane. She felt blessed to have a second run when Diddy allowed her to be a bandmate in his group Dirty Money, which once again reassembled like the damn Avengers all the way up to 2023 of last year. She was just with the man, touring with the man, making music with the man, and promoting the man's music up till December of last year. So what happened, ironically, was the same month and year that Cassie filed her lawsuit was the same year they were promoting Diddy's 5th studio album, Off the Grid, or whatever the fuck it's called. I believe what the fuck happened is Don was going to ride Diddy's coattail until there was no coat and there was no goddamn tail, baby. But as long as Diddy had all of his social capital, as long as he was popping, as long as he was wealthy, as long as he had access, her ass was going to roll her dice on making it through her proximity to Diddy. Once Cassie did what she did by filing her lawsuit, and then all the other dominoes created a cause and effect, Lil Rod's lawsuit hit. The anonymous woman who said when she was 16, 15 years old, she was trafficked and ex-SA'd by Diddy and his gang. And then the ex-worker, the female ex-worker who filed a lawsuit. There was like several fucking lawsuits. And then CNN dropped the footage of Diddy beating Cassie to a pulp. And then the homes were raided. And then the feds got involved. And then investigations. Don pretty much had 6-7 months to watch Diddy pretty much not being recoverable because this shit now got bad. And I believe Dawn, being the opportunistic, shallow bitch she is, decided, okay, clearly the Diddy era is over. They about to dry this nigga's his piggy bank. Everybody he's ever worked with and associated with is going to be stained by him fucking up his legacy and all of this negative publicity. Obviously, there's going to be no way for Diddy to socially ever recover ever again. So I won't be able to use his name. I won't be able to use his likeness. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to distance myself from this motherfucking nigga now officially, because who the fuck would, aside from chipmunk ass, squirrel face, goofy Stevie J, would have the unmitigated gall to be seen with this man at this point? Okay? That's almost like a death sentence all by itself. So Don, opportunistic ass, rested on the next logical conclusion. If I can't join him, girl, because he lit, he hype, now on cancel day, I'm going to beat his ass. And I am going to get my coin and get my payout and get my clout on the back end. Since now the front end is gone because this bitch done ruined his own shit, I'm going to take advantage of the situation on the back end and get my riches and get my wealth. And because he know that I know his tea and he know what we've done together, I'm sure he'll probably be willing to settle out of court with me too within a 48-hour period. He know there are things I could probably prove. Probably got my own recordings, got my own whatever, my own witnesses, my own dates and times, my own share. Because once again, Dawn is a clever bitch. And do not believe for a minute Dawn sat her ass around with Diddy ass and wasn't also ensuring her position. Don wanted too bad to not do so. Okay? So, what I'm saying is that I believe everything that Don put in our lawsuit. I believe every bit of it. Everything she said about him and his entourage abusing young girls, women, etc. Boom. I believe every bit of every goddamn thing Don said. But from the very beginning, before we ever even factually knew any of this shit about Diddy, baby, Don was with the shits. And Don has a fucked up disposition within her own personality, girl. Trolling your own bandmates, bitch. Through a troll account. Trying to diminish your own bandmate self-esteem, being Diddy's favorite from the jump, you and your nigga, even back then in Making a Man days, arguing over you potentially fucking the boss and fucking Diddy. All this shit, girl. And then you working with this nigga and you knew all these things. So you filed a lawsuit saying that you bear witness to him taking advantage of young people, minors, etc. And you still promoted his work and worked with him. Baby, Dawn ain't shaking or shivering, girl. She's very clear about how she feels about her Diddy.
Mistakes along the way, but I did the best that I could. That was only support. So I got out alive. Yeah. And I got out with a business. And I don't exactly what people say he is. Now, and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is. All perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is. Yeah. But he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive. Yeah. And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. So if you do good by other people, they'll do good by you. I agree.
Wow.
So that's what I tried to do. I didn't do it perfectly. It probably was imperfect and it probably looked crazy. And I probably...
Now, during the time she's saying this, she's watching Diddy beat Cassie. She's participating in freak-offs. According to her lawsuit, she's at events with other celebrities like Usher and Neo who are also witnessing the abuse of Cassie. She's getting all type of rashes and STIs from these freak-offs, etc. Admits things are not all good. Admits that things are not all perfect. He is exactly what everybody say he is. However, she got a business out of it. Ain't been nothing but support for her. So it is what it is.
Mistakes, and I totally did make mistakes along the way.
Now, see, this is her omission on a light note. Dawn knows what she's done too. Dawn is very aware. Her own conscience was speaking in this moment. She know the fucked up shit she done did too. So she on a low key level, on a very low, like almost like the low frequency of a dog whisper. You can't even, of a dog whistle. You can't even hear it with the, like with the human ear. It's that low, but nonetheless, her admission is there with her partially trying to humanize herself and act like some integral person by taking responsibility for the so-called, the things I might have did, the mistakes I might have made, without disclosing any details, though. She don't want to list any specifics about the fucked up shit she done did, but she just want to, on a low-key level, just generally breeze over. Hey, I might have been a fucked up bitch, too. I'm sure I probably... Girl, I was screaming.
But I did the best that I could.
But you owned up to it.
Yeah,
I've never got the vibe that you were scared.
But that's the thing. Never owned up to it. Dawn has never owned up to anything. And even here, she's sitting here trying to low-key admit, just in case the bitch got a few fucked up stories to tell about me, I ain't been a perfect person, but I ain't gonna give no details about what that imperfection actually looked like, what those issues actually translated as. That's not taking responsibility.
But I did the best that I could.
But you've owned up to it.
Yeah,
I've never got the vibe that you were scared.
I wish more would see it that way.
Yeah, I mean,
but I am. I said, you do your best, but I am still a girl from New Orleans, Louisiana, from the Ninth Ward. Yeah. So there's gonna be all kind of imperfections and all kind of in there. You know what I mean? I'm still my mama's child.
This is so manipulative. This is such a manipulative execution. This is so manipulative. It's the semantics. It's the generality. It's the low-keyness. It's this is so calculated and manipulative.
My best, but I'm still my mom's kid. And I'm still going to handle certain things if I don't feel that they need to be, Right. But it doesn't mean that it's always right, but I do my best. Yeah.
It's not always right, but I do my best. How can it be your best if you know that what you're doing is not right? But this is the type of shit that people tell themselves when they're doing fucked up ass shit to get ahead. This is how people, y'all ever, you know, because we've always asked, how do people sleep with themselves at night? Because if you listen to Don, this is a perfect example of what the fuck people tell themselves in order to be able to go to bed at night with a clear conscience. Oh, you know, I know what I'm doing is fucked up, and I know I'm part of some fucked up ass shit, and I know it. However, I'm a good person, and you know, my upbringing and my this and third, and where I come from, you know, it ain't perfect, but you know, I'm in survival mode. You know, I'm just doing what I got to do. This is how people. This is the type of Satan Luther King ass speech people give to their guilty conscience to make themselves feel better about the shit they know they're emphatically doing. Oh yeah, you know, it's just not that. It ain't that. You know, but ain't nobody ever looked out for me. Ain't nobody ever loved me. Ain't nobody ever thought about me. I ain't gotta. Oh, baby, people will rationalize their evilness and their wickedness in so many as ways, baby. The way people will talk themselves out of a higher consciousness and taught themselves out of salvation and taught themselves out of repentance is crazy, baby. The delusional shit people tell themselves. Hey, let me get me out of one more time.
Best, you know, but I'm still my mom's kid, and I'm still gonna handle certain things if I don't feel that they need to be, you know, right. But it doesn't mean that it's always right, but I do my best. Yeah.
It's not always right, but I do my best. Girl. Y'all, the psychological manipulation of it all, the way people be literally ooly opping motherfuckers in conversations, and the way that people ooly op themselves, baby, it's scary. Like when you be listening to people, because I don't know about y'all, bitch, I be listening to people because see, people confess unconsciously or consciously. If you just listen to you gotta listen to motherfuckers. I was shook at witnessing what Dawn didn't realize was really a display and a demonstration of how she coerces herself into feeling better about the fucked up part of herself that she knows is active. But she breezes over because she's from Baltimore and because she's just doing what she has to do. And even aligning with Diddy, who's not a good person, everything that people say about him is true, but hell, the way she, once again, you saw her rationalize that, but who cares? He gave me a shot. I came out with a business. I'm forever indebted to him. This is how people convince themselves that they are righteous and wrong as hell. This is how people convince themselves that the blood that's on their hand is not in fact blood, honey. And if it is blood, well, you know, it's justified because my childhood justifies why I'm able to have this blood. Or people not caring about my blood being on their hands is why their blood is on my, like, you're watching the psychological manipulation, the way people deny themselves and the way they deny other fucking people.
Actually, fight Aubrey.
Now, I want to show you guys something too. Remember in Diddy's indictment that there is a, let me see, I thought it was it on Facebook? I don't know if it was on TikTok. Here it is. I thought she was on Facebook. Here it is. I want you guys to see this. Hold on, let me show y'all this.
Sean Diddy Combs.
Now remember, in the indictment, right, there was these people. I mean, the indictment stated that Diddy was, you know, that he's trafficked prostitutes, etc. Don's lawsuit stated that, you know, he was trafficking young girls, young women, busing them in. Well, remember a few years ago, there was this video that ran viral of one of Diddy's neighbors pulling out of his driveway, basically saying, yeah, like, y'all need to get this nigga because he has been bussing in young girls. Listen to this viral video that I found.
Neighbor claims Diddy brings minors to his house by the busload late at Sean Diddy Combs' neighbor claims Diddy brings minors to his house by the busload late at night. Check this out.
Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the minors over here late at night. I live right next to him. He do too much. He be like buses, like big ass buses. You can see all types of shit hop out. Especially at nighttime, like around 3 o'clock in the morning. It gets wild. I mean, when my basketball go over there, I just let it be. I want to knock on the door.
So the neighbor said that Diddy ass be having bus loads of minors pulling in to the community, especially around the hours of like 3 and 4 in the dead of the night. And that all type of shit be getting off the motherfucking buses. All type of things. Buses and buses of minors being bussed into his home. And now think about what Dawn is saying in her lawsuit and the indictment. I'm gonna let y'all listen to that one more time.
Los Angeles mansion is in the upmarket.
Hold on, I don't fucked up. Hold on, I done clicked wrong. Let me see. Okay, here we go.
Sean Diddy Combs' neighbor claims Diddy brings minors to his house by the busload late at night. Check this out.
Yeah, tell him stop bringing all the minors over here late at night.
Tell him to stop bringing them minors over here late at night. He do too much. Big ass buses. All type of shit be hopping out. Especially at nighttime around 3 in the morning. It gets wild. He said he got a basketball that ended up in Diddy's yard that he don't even want to go and goddamn get because he's scared. He motherfucking scared. He don't even want to go over there in the nigga yard, baby, because it be too much shit going on, too much weird shit going on.
Combs' Los Angeles mansion is in the upmarket Holmby Hills area, near Bel Air and Beverly Hills, while his Miami Beach home is located on the exclusive Star Island. The raids are in connection with a federal trafficking investigation, according to Fox 11, who were first to report on the raids. In a statement issued on Monday, Homeland Security said, earlier today, Homeland Security Investigations, New York, executed law enforcement actions as part of an ongoing investigation with assistance from HSI Los Angeles, HSI Miami, and our local law enforcement partners. We will provide further information as it becomes available. NBC News cited an unnamed source as saying that 3 women and a man have been interviewed by federal officials in Manhattan, and 3 other interviews are scheduled concerning allegations of trafficking, assault, and the solicitation and distribution of illegal narcotics and firearms.
Facts. All right, now back to Dawn ass. Hold on, let me check on this Associated Press. See what's going on outside. See if we got any motion. Let's see. All right. Now, back to Dawn. We're going to read through her lawsuit, child.
Have the story that you have. I just paid attention, you know, and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is, but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive. Yeah. And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. There was no...
We don't got no bad stories. And then kaboom. Incoming Dawn's lawsuit against Diddy. Now on, we don't even know if you're lying, baby. Like, we don't know you any more than we know that young man. So, I mean, if you're arguing his credibility, we're arguing yours as well. Like, where's the proof of what you're saying, honey? Like, you are just somebody in the chat making a statement. Okay? You will have to back up your claim, just like he got to back up his, but he'll need to back up his. Diddy says federally indicted because those things he said ended up being actually true. Now, this is Don's lawsuit who just said, y'all, she ain't got no bad stories, no nothing, honey, you know, da-da-da-da-da-da. Let's get into this because this lawsuit is real deep. It's real deep. Plaintiff Don, let me get into the group. Defendant Sean Combs, a once celebrated hip-hop mogul popularly known by his stage names Puff Daddy, Puffy, da-da-da-da, over decades following his rise to fame, da-da-da, we're about to pass all this, get to the meat. For nearly a decade, Mr. Combs manipulated Ms. Richard with mantras that submission to his depraved demands was necessary for career advancement, instilling in her the belief that such abuse and exploitation were required for female artists to succeed in the music industry. It was not until Miss Ventura's bravery in coming forward that Miss Richard realized her own personal suffering was tied to the many years of abuse by Mr. Combs that had become normalized for her. As more women courageously come forward, plaintiff has been empowered by this collective strength and now adds her voice to the growing chorus of victims bravely sharing their harrowing stories. Together, they seek justice and stand in solidarity as the latest victims of the Me Too movement in the music industry. Miss Dawn is a resident of the state of California and was employed by defendants Remote Production, New Remote Production, Bad Boy Entertainment, Bad Boy Records, Bad Boy Entertainment Holdings, Bad Boy Productions, blah, 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 blah. From 2005 until 2012. At all relevant times herein, Ms. Richard met the definition of an employee of defendant Bad Boy Records and related entities. At all relevant times herein, Ms. Richard was a resident of the state of New York. Defendant Sean Combs, upon information and belief, resides within the state of Defendants, Remote Production, making Bad Boy. Okay, hold on. I'm just trying to, because we got a lot to get into, and we definitely not going to read every single page. I think this is a 55-page document. Mull through all of the initiative things. Successor. Defense comes. Let's factual allegations. All right. In or around 2004, Miss Dawn was selected to participate in 3 seasons of MTV's network's reality television show Making a Man. The show centered around the formation and development of a new musical group under the mentorship of Mr. Combs. The contestants would compete and be chosen by Mr. Combs to form a band with which would go on to create albums and perform. For aspiring artists like Ms. Richard, Making a Man represented a concrete path to a career in the entertainment industry. Ms. Dawn appeared in seasons 3 and 4 of Making a Band, which first aired in 2005, and season 5 of Making His Band, which aired in 2009. Out of thousands of contestants, let's move forward, child. Talking about Danity Kane, basically how she came into proximity. They sold over 4 million copies of Danity Kane. Boom, 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 boom. Miss Richard first encounters Combs' aggressive, intimidating behavior and issues toward women. During the auditions and on the set of Making a Band, Mr. Combs projected an aura of superiority, wealth, and power. Mr. Combs regularly wore sunglasses and avoided looking the female contestants in the eyes, contributing to an atmosphere of uncertainty and intimidation. During auditions, Mr. Combs spoke to the female contestants in a hostile, condescending manner, making disparaging gender-based remarks such as calling them fat, ugly, bitches, and hoes. Miss Richard felt threatened and intimidated by Mr. Combs' blatant disdain for the young women like herself who were excited for the opportunity to be on his show. Once the band was made, Mr. Combs' contempt for women was readily apparent as he continued to display aggressive and hostile behavior toward Miss Richard and her all-female Danity Kane bandmates. Mr. Combs regularly referred to 5 women as bitches and hoes and denigrated their physical appearances. By way of example, Mr. Combs stated that Miss Richards was too skinny and needed to do something about this to her face. On one occasion in or around 2005, during the first season of Making a Band 3, Miss Richards observed Mr. Combs' ex-partner and the mother of 3 of his children, Kim Porter, leaving Mr. Combs' recording studio in tears with visible facial injuries, including a lacerated lip. Realizing that Mr. Combs was capable of committing acts of violence against women, Ms. Richards to feel deep apprehension and fear that Mr. Combs could one day physically harm her. So Dawn is saying she bear witness to Diddy beating Kim Porter. Miss Richards was present when Mr. Combs was introduced to Cassandra Cassie Ventura for the first time in or around 2006. The moment Mr. Combs first saw Miss Ventura, his demeanor notably shifted. Mr. Combs positioned himself directly in front of Miss Ventura's seat, invading her personal space and fixated on her with an intense, unyielding stare, isolating her from the other people in the room, including Miss Ventura's then boyfriend and music producer, Ryan Leslie. Coincidentally, the first meeting between Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura was the first time that Miss Richard was in Mr. Combs' presence without a camera crew filming. Observing Mr. Combs behave in such an intimidating, predatory manner the first time that they were off camera made Miss Richard feel deeply apprehensive and afraid of him. Okay, so she is saying she was polarized by Kim Porter running out of the studio in tears with bruises and injuries to her face. Now she's polarized again based upon Diddy zoning in on Ventura. But once again, she went on to be a part of not only Danity Kane and was happy to be the only bitch who remained hired by him, and went on to join Dirty Money and was working with him all the way up to last year of the same month that Miss Ventura filed her lawsuit. And then ironically filed her lawsuit 6 months after Ventura's, once it became clear that Diddy was not going to recover from any of this negative publicity. It's too convenient. I'm sorry. And I don't care. I don't care. Dawn is being an opportunist. However, I believe everything her ass is saying. But I want to be clear. Dawn ass was with the shits. Dawn ass didn't give a fuck about none of this shit. She was trolling her own damn bandmates fucking allegedly in fucking MySpace and online forums. That bitch was with the shits. And once again, once Diddy was over, it was time to just join the bandwagon. But I believe everything her ass witnessed, participated in, everything she is listing as her observations here. But I don't believe that Dawn was scared, shook, etc. Girl, we saw Dawn in real time. Okay, we all watched Making a Band. We watched Danity Kane, honey. A lot of us watched the interviews too, girl. We've heard the horror stories of Dawn ass being difficult to work with, girl. She was basically like the Diddy of Danity Kane. This is why so many of her own bandmates had so many issues with her. Dawn ass ain't no motherfucking angel. All right? Subsequently, Miss Ventura ended her relationship with Mr. Leslie and began dating Mr. Combs, who would become violent and abusive towards her. For the majority of Miss Richards' tenure as a member of Danity Kane and Dirty Money, Mr. Combs required her to remain at his various residences and studios in New York, LA, Florida, and New Jersey for activities such as recording, rehearsing, dressing, preparing costumes, and exercising. Throughout the productions of Making a Band 3 and 4, Mr. Combs deprived Miss Richard and her Danity Kane bandmates of basic needs such as adequate food and sleep. Now, this part is very interesting to me because remember, Lil Rod said the same thing. He did an interview with Tisa Tales, and he said that Diddy would also deprive, like, the talent. He would deprive even, like, the engineers and their producers of food. Like, people would have to, like, hide their food. Like, you could drink water, and you could have access to liquids, but you could not eat in his presence. You could not have food in the studio. You had to conceal that shit. And if you were found to have food in his presence or to eat in his presence, like, you were severely penalized and punished. When Miss Richard or her Danity Kane bandmates requested meals or rest, Mr. Combs refused and chastised them with derogatory comments like, "You bitches don't want this," or "Y'all are not hungry enough." and I'm paying you bitches to work. This demeaning behavior gradually undermined Ms. Richards' confidence and contributed significantly to her grieving feelings of insecurity and fear of reprisal from Mr. Combs. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs would regularly be awake for prolonged periods of time because he was high on drugs. During these periods, Mr. Combs demanded continuous access to Ms. Richard and her Danity Kane bandmates, often forcing them to record and rehearse for stretches of 36 to 48 hours without breaks. Forced to choose between eating and sleeping, Ms. Richard lost a significant amount of weight, weighing approximately 100 pounds at a height of 5'4". Ms. Richard began to normalize these extreme conditions and perceive them as standard requirements of her participation in Danity Kane. Mr. Combs regularly sent his associates to wake Ms. Richard and her Danity Kane bandmates in the overnight hours so that he could watch them hurt. Now, you know what's interesting about this? Because Dawn just getting on my nerves real bad. The only girl who has consistently for years from Danity Kane who's been outspoken about their experience and treatment of Diddy has been Aubrey. Dawn Richard sat her ass on the side and watched Aubrey boldly take the stage in interviews after interviews after interviews, talking about her experience of Diddy. And Dawn knew all this shit was true and never co-signed Aubrey not one time until it was an opportunity by way of Diddy getting canceled and her ass wanting to get her shit on the back end since the front end was closed. And now she wants to load up her lawsuit trying to bring all the other girls into it. But when Aubrey was trying to bring everybody into it, when Aubrey has been in interviews over years now talking about Diddy, Aubrey was out there by herself. While Miss Dawn, as we see, was in interviews praising his ass.
All perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is, but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have the, I got out alive.
So Aubrey was left for dead. Aubrey was left for dead. Aubrey was left without no cosign, while Dawn was up that ass, pegging and rimming Diddy ass because she was winning, according to her words. Because she was winning, she was still getting a check. She was still touring. She was still taking stage by way of Diddy's fame, etc. Girl, it was all good. But now that it's clear Diddy ain't got no friends and nobody love him and he's going down in flames and there's nothing else to milk out of the situation, she now needs to join the fray. And now she wants to, oh, me and the girls. It's the audacity. But you watch Aubrey say all the shit she said about Diddy over years. And you didn't validate this girl. You didn't validate her testimony. You didn't validate her experiences. You sat over there and then said, bitch, ain't my problem. He might be toe up and off the motherfucking chain and the devil, but hey, bitch, I was winning. I don't give a fuck. I was winning, baby. He got my loyalty. And now you're trying to pull Aubrey and all the girls. Oh yeah, me and the girls. Me and Danity Kane. 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 Where was Dawn when Aubrey from Danity Kane was speaking about this before there was a federal investigation? Before the feds ever got involved, when it wasn't cool to speak out against Diddy. But long as Dawn was on music video sets, performing next to the head mammy in charge, Kalina, and the hip-hop R. Kelly, Diddy, Dawn was all smiles, baby. Wow. Okay, it continues. Mr. Combs regularly sent his associates to wake Miss Richards and her Danity Kane bandmates in the overnight hours so that he could watch them rehearse. The regularity of these disturbances led Miss Richards to adapt by sleeping in a sitting position, fully dressed with makeup on, heightening her anxiety. Over time, this abnormal sleeping arrangement came to feel routine, further normalizing Mr. Combs' invasive demands. In addition to exhausting rehearsals, Mr. Combs required Miss Richard and her bandmates to participate in intense workouts with a personal trainer. On one occasion, while running on the beach, Miss Richard became so dehydrated that she vomited. Instead of offering medical assistance, MTV's network camera crew filmed the incident, contributing to her acceptance of such treatment as part of her professional life. Unrelenting and rigorous schedule of rehearsals, performance, and near constant filming that Mr. Combs imposed caused Miss Richard to experience extreme weight loss, dehydration, fatigue, and painful rashes from the microphone pack she was required to wear on her back. These conditions intensified Miss Richards' feelings of powerlessness as she increasingly viewed them as part of her professional reality and feared the consequences of any resistance. In a further assertion of power and dominance, Mr. Combs insisted on holding meetings while dressed only in his underwear. On one occasion in 2008 at his Miami residence, Mr. Combs emailed Miss Richard directing her to meet him in the living room. When she arrived, he was wearing only his underwear. Miss Richard asked Mr. Combs to put clothes on, but he refused, stating, "This is my fucking house." Mr. Combs then conducted a meeting lasting approximately an hour while dressed in his underwear, causing Miss Richard to feel violated and embarrassed and amplifying her feelings of powerlessness. Following the official Danity Kane breakup in early 2009, effectuated by Mr. Combs, Miss Richards experienced significant financial hardship with no prospective opportunities for employment within the entertainment field. Miss Richards spent several months traveling from Baltimore to Daddy's house recording studio in New York without pay or allocated budget. Mr. Combs promised that Miss Richards' compensations would result in payment of license fees and royalties pursuant to her contract with Bad Boys Records. However, no such compensation was ever reported or paid to Miss Richard. Damages relative to these continuing copyright infringements will be proved at trial. However, Dawn is in an interview admitting that Diddy brought her out of her contract and nobody knew that, and this is one of the reasons why she's bowing down and kissing his rings and forever indebted to him. By approximately the fall of 2009, many of Miss Richards' compensations had been recorded by other Bad Boy record artists. Due to the success of her compensations, Miss Richards was invited to meet with musical artist Mammy Kalina Harper, and shortly thereafter, Mr. Combs, Miss Richard, and Miss Harper formed a new group, Diddy Dirty Money. Initial recording for Diddy Dirty Money album Last Train to Paris took place in Mr. Combs' home on Duhaney Drive in LA, California. On the first day of recording, Miss Richard and Miss Harper arrived at Mr. Combs' home and waited in the kitchen where Miss Combs' girlfriend, Miss Ventura, aka Cassie, was frying eggs for him. I need to eat breakfast, matter of fact. Y'all want to buy me breakfast since I'm up here missing on my damn nutrition, honey? Somebody want to cash at me $20. Somebody want to bless the king, honey, and feed me and let me order on DoorDash so I ain't got to disrupt the stream to go cook and fry my damn eggs. Okay, $ Consciouztv on Cash App or PayPal.me/ConsciouzTV. Let me see, where was I? Miss Richards observed Mr. Combs come down the stairs looking high on drugs, enter the kitchen, approach Miss Ventura, and scream, "I've been asking you for my shit. I can't stand you, bitch. You never do it right." Mr. Combs pushed Miss Ventura against the wall and choked her, then picked up the scalding hot pan of eggs and threw it at her, causing her to fall to the ground in a fetal position, the same position we saw Cassie in when he was physically assaulting her at the Intercontinental Hotel. Cursing and screaming, Mr. Combs dragged Miss Ventura up the stairs as we saw him in that CNN footage, dragging Cassie down the hallway. And Mammy Kalina Harper is on record saying she never witnessed shit the same way that Dawn denied. Witnessing, participating, and or observing these heinous, egregious, inhumane actions. So now we know Dawn was lying, apparently, and we also know that Miss Harper ass is lying. Oh, I don't recall, and I mean Dawn's recollection, and bitch, shut up. You and Dawn the same type of bitch. Kalina was another one. As I was saying on Nosy's chat last night, and shout out to the 400 in the building, thumbs up, y'all. If y'all watched Kalina's introduction on Love and Hip Hop, remember when she came onto the season, honey? That bitch couldn't stop bragging about dirty money. She couldn't stop bragging about, her being that it girl because, her affiliation to Diddy and she just went on through the whole seasons, girl. Yeah, that was the best time of our lives, girl. We toured internationally. We was all around the world, girl. I was the Beyonce of this shit. There's a lot of Kalinas and Dons and Stevie J's. People who they are apathetic to the harm caused by their ruthless ambition. It was never about anybody else. It didn't matter what happened to other people. Hell, they were willing to be with any shits necessary. Just like people are when they're willing to join the Bloods and the Crips, baby. When they're willing to join any other group, a fraternity, a sorority, they don't give a fuck what the hazing process is. You want to put a pool stick in my ass? I got to suck y'all dick every night. I got to pop puss. I got to swallow nut. I got to let y'all beat me and call me a peach and shit. Fine. Just give me the moolah. So I already had clocked Miss Harper, Miss Kalina's top mammy in charge ass from the beginning. That bitch ego means more to her, and the mark she set out to make on the world more than what the expense and the price was of such a thing. Oh yeah, this is definitely giving cult energy. This is giving Jim Jones, girl. Some people didn't know that the Kool-Aid they were drinking was poison. And some people willingly drunk the poison drunk the Kool-Aid that they knew was poison if it meant inheriting a god-like status. Some of y'all really underestimate the alluring psychedelic spell binding power of people's egos and their ambitions. Right? Where you think we get statements like fucking your way to the top? People killing in the name of blood to inherit money from their parents, inherit property from their grandparents. I just saw a story the other day of a young couple. This girl had her boyfriend help her to conspire in unaliving her grandparents so that they can inherit a fucking house. Brick and mortar was chosen over the lives of loving grandparents who loved her enough to even leave her the property at the proper time. And here it is. She chose brick and mortar over these people's lives and had her boyfriend conspire with her to unalive her grandparents for a fucking house. The things that people have been willing to fucking do to get what they want. Not everybody is a victim, baby. Some people are willfully seeking the devil to make these goddamn deals because their earthly and material and 3D ambitions are their top priorities. I don't give a fuck who it'll cost. I don't give a fuck who it'll hurt or impact. And I don't even give a fuck about what I got to do to get it. Just sign me the fuck up. And then if everything happens, bitch, I'm going to be the proverbial victim. Girl, I'm going to be the victim. Once again, girl, I believe everything Don is saying. But baby, we saw Don in action. Honey, we done seen the interviews. We done seen your bandmates' testimonies against your motherfucking ass, girl. You always been Diddy's favorite. And you always had a ruthless, selfish ambition that was recognized even by your bandmates and by the viewing audiences then. It is not a coincidence that you were Diddy's favorite. It was not a coincidence that you were the only girl who made it. And you left Aubrey ass out there to look deaf, dumb, and stupid, and pressed, and just like a bitter, disgruntled employee. While the whole time, bitch, you knew what had happened to Cassie. You knew what had happened to the members of Danity Kane. You knew y'all had been starved. Y'all had been deprived. Y'all had been malnutrition, that y'all had been exploited, girl. And while Arby was out here trying to give us the real tea, bitch, and give us the uncensored version of what been going on, you were sitting your ass down in motherfucking interviews, bitch, with your head so far up this nigga's ass, bitch, that you might, girl, did you actually perform the biopsy and the colon cleanse and the prostate exam that was intended, honey?
Things, right? And so if you're smart, exactly what people say he is, but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive. And I got out with a business.
Oh, okay, so you don't have the story that Aubrey has. Aubrey just a bitter white bitch with a big country wig on. You don't got her story. You don't know what these girls are talking about. But now that Diddy being canceled and the cash cow is cashing out big time, and there's gonna be no more social equity and being connected to him. Now you want to join everybody and bring them into this while you completely distance yourself from all these narratives about Diddy. Now you want to drag Usher in this shit, Neo in this shit. Now you want to co-sign Aubrey. Now you want to drag the rest of the girls from Danity Kane into this shit while you was doing what was best for you, according to you. Baby, this is some manipulative, cruel shit. The audacity of the selfish, opportunistic motherfucker to not give a fuck about what was actually taking place, because that wasn't her stilo, baby. Her coin and her career was her mantra and her priority. And she ain't want shit to do with everybody else's experiences of Diddy. And now that Diddy is being shrunk and being thrown behind the prison, bitch, and now that his legacy has been completely disrupted with this big ass dark cloud that is going to go down in history and forever be imposed upon his contribution to music and to hip hop, Miss Opportunistic person is not only going to now enter the group chat conveniently, but she's going to enter the group chat and bring other people who also want to distance themselves, like Usher and Neo ass, into this, instead of respecting them the way she wanted to be respected when she didn't want to co-sign nobody else's shit. Wow, 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 wow.
And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. So
wow. Yeah, wow.
If you do good by other people, they'll do good by you.
Oh, wow. So Don is sitting here acknowledging, girl, her relationship to Diddy was completely transactional. He scratched my back, I scratched his. Whether that's literally letting him scratch my back with dildos or scratch my back with whip chains and handcuffs, bitch. But we have a totally transactional relationship. He's trading, I'm trading off. Let me tell you, this interview got all the tea in it if you're reading in between all the lines and then looking at what's going on right now with Diddy and even the timeliness of her lawsuit. Because she was working with Diddy all the way up to the same month that Cassie filed her lawsuit. Dawn sat back because she wanted to see if Diddy was going to recover and if this was going to be a one-off. Because if this was going to be a one-off, if it was just going to be this whole Cassie moment and then nothing else happened, Lil Rod didn't happen, Tia Marie didn't happen, the sex worker that filed a lawsuit didn't happen, if the feds didn't get involved, if there was going to be no home on his raids, bitch, y'all would have never still heard from Don. That bitch sat back because she wanted to see how this shit was going to play out. Now, all the way up until indictment and his ass getting thrown in prison, baby. She would have filed her lawsuit because she know the gig is up. So now it's time to pull a reverse Uno. If Cassie would have been a one-off, Don ass still to this day, 2024, September the 17th, on a Tuesday, would have been nowhere to be found, would have been co-signing nobody's shit, and would have had a muzzle on her motherfucking mouth. Because she was going to ride the Diddy coattail train as long as the universe allowed it to be active. And let me shout out to all my baby mamas, baby, because y'all paying me to work today, baby. Shout out to my baby mother Anya, my baby mother Sophia, my baby mother Teresa, my baby mother Sharon. Thank y'all so much, baby. I love y'all down because I really didn't want to have to stop my stream in order to order me some food, child, because I got up and I got on here for y'all immediately, baby. I got to get up here for the Conscious crew, baby. I got to get up here. We got action. We got motion, honey. I ain't even ate, y'all. Okay, so thank y'all so much. I'm gonna have to find something to play at some point so I can make a quick order. And then I ain't gotta disrupt my stream. I do this in parts. All right, so let's get back to this lawsuit, child. Okay. Miss Richards observed Mr. Combs come down the stairs looking high on drugs into the kitchen, approached Miss Ventura. Okay, I already read that. Cursing and streaming. Mr. Combs dragged Miss Ventura up the stairs. Frozen in shock and terror, Miss Richard heard glass shattering, crashing, and banging noises as Mr. Combs dragged Ventura up the stairs. Miss Richard wanted to intervene and help Miss Ventura, but Miss Harper, Miss Mammy Kalina adamantly refused to interfere in Mr. Combs' relationship and physically led Miss Richard out of the residence. Terrified and shaken, Miss Richard returned to her hotel where she was unable to sleep due to worrying about Miss Ventura and her own safety. The following day, Miss Richard received a call demanding that she return to Mr. Combs' residence to continue recording. So much for being so terrified, baby. Mr. Combs brought Miss Richard and Miss Harper into the recording room at his studio, locked the door, dimmed the lights, and gave each of them flowers. Mr. Combs, so manipulative on his part, baby. This is sunken place psychology. Mr. Combs went on at length stating, this is normal. This is just what this is a lover's argument where no one was hurt. This is what love is. I'm giving you an opportunity. If you want to make it, you'll shut your mouth. If you say anything, there will be consequences. Mr. Combs further warned that people end up missing, being threatened while locked for over 20 minutes in a small enclosed space with Mr. Combs. After observing Mr. Combs violently assault Miss Ventura the day before, Miss Richard was terrified and genuinely believed that Mr. Combs would follow through on his threats. In or around November of 2009, after the Soul Train Awards in Atlanta, Georgia, Mr. Combs flew Miss Richard and Miss Harper to his house in New York on his private jet for an after party. There were many well-known celebrities at the after party, and copious amounts of illegal drugs were being openly consumed. Upon information and belief, Mr. Combs had arranged for dozens of young women and girls, some of whom appeared to be underage, be transported to the party. The women arrived wearing little to no clothing and were given drugs and alcohol. Many of them appeared lethargic or passed out while Mr. Combs and his guests performed sexual acts on them. Miss Richard believed that her presence at the party was a test to see whether Mr. Combs could trust her. And do you know what Dawn did? You know what's so funny about this part? Because, bitch, this really spooks me the fuck out. Dawn is a very complex person in this whole thing. On one hand, so far, she is speaking about being terrorized and so afraid, and watching Diddy be predatory toward Miss Cassie, and watching him beat Kim Porter, and yet she continues to march to the beat. She even witnessed him violently beat the hell out of Cassie. Even claimed she wanted to intervene, but Mammy Kalina stops her. But all of a sudden, because you know what, people, you can always catch people slipping if you just pay attention enough. Now, this is her narrative all the way up to this point. But upon her witnessing Diddy bust in minors, as his neighbor said he was doing in the wee hours, bust in minors who were obviously under the influence and altered states of consciousness, be actually assaulted by Combs and his guests, who performed various abuses on these young women who even appeared to be underage. And instead of Miss Ventura translating this as just more perversive, diabolical behavior from Combs, she interpreted this as a rite of passage and as some type of a trust building exercise between her and Combs. I'm trying to understand, how could that be? How could that conceivably be her perception based upon everything she has already allegedly witnessed up to this point? Because clearly the trust building exercises was all of the inhumane military exercises he had you and Danity Kane go through, and him witnessing y'all not running y'all asses down there to them courthouse to file them labor laws against his ass. Clearly the trust was established when he knew you witnessed the aftermath of him beating Kim Porter in the studio and her leaving in tears with a lacerated lip, and you didn't say shit. Clearly, he knew he could trust you because he literally assaulted Ventura in front of you in the kitchen, threw a pan of hot eggs on her, dragged her up the stairs, and threw her against walls, breaking glass over her body, etc. And you didn't do shit. So clearly the trust was already there from the very beginning of you putting a muzzle on it, even as it related to, once again, how you and the girls were treated in Danity Kane, which came way before Ventura and way before Kim Porter. And then all of a sudden, you get to this moment and all this perpetual abuse that Diddy is doing to other people in front of you. And then him and his niggas are abusing minors in your presence, and you interpret that as a trust building exercise. I just got to be honest here. I believe, see, this was the truth peeking its head out, like popping out real quick. Because this really is, in fact, the way Dawn interpreted everything she was going through. I want to be close to this man. I believe he could give me the highest level of career possible in this industry because he is fucking p.diddy. He got the means, he got the wealth, he got the status, he has the power. And if I just be a good little girl and a good little lapdog and a good little concubine and madame, I'll get what I'm being promised and what I want. And if this is what gotta come with it, then so be it. I'll show him that I could be his best little bitch. Yeah. And he won't have no choice but to reward me with the most exceptional reward there can be. Because why would you get here to this moment and all of a sudden this be a trust building exercise? when you've been calling his behavior abusive and violent all the way up to this? Because the truth is jumping out about Don's actual psychology. Mr. Combs repeatedly said things like, this is a buffet, enjoy yourself, this is what we do, this is how we party. Miss Richard felt shocked and horrified at the sight of Mr. Combs and his guests violated. But upon all the shocking and all the appalled and all the fear, baby, Dawn never left, honey. She found the strength to return back to the scene of the crime over and over and over and over again because, baby, when you want what you want bad enough, honey, you will find whatever you need to find in yourself to return back to where you believe your life can happen at. And in this case, it's in the hands of Mr. Sean Diddy Combs. Miss Richards felt shocked and horrified at the sight of Mr. Combs and his guests violating incapacitated young women and implored Mr. Combs' personal assistant, Capricorn Clark, to allow her to leave. Mrs. Clark insisted that Miss Richard wait 15 minutes for Miss Clark to make it make sense. That is, to make Miss Richard's exit less conspicuous so that Mr. Combs would not notice that she had left. Knowing that she was not free to leave and had to wait for Miss Clark to help her orchestrate her departure, Miss Richard experienced feelings of panic and being trapped against her will, but willfully kept returning back to the scene of the crime again and again and again and again and again and again and again. Ms. Combs regularly placed Miss Richard in similar situations with no means to escape, as Mr. Combs' drug-fueled parties, his guests including. But yeah, I just don't understand. How can the buck not stop with children? Like, if I had to try to, try to understand the mind of a basic bitch's low vibrational psychology, I think I could see how a person could okay, you're seeing DV between a man and a woman, and you're going to tell yourself, okay, I'm just going to mind my business, because obviously if she like it, I'm going to love it for her ass, okay? If she going to let him whip her ass and say okay, so you rationalize Kim Porter getting abused, okay? You stay out of that because, that's between them, and if she's still staying, it is what it is. Then you watch another DV incident between him and Cassie. Okay, you tell yourself the same thing, girl. I'm staying out of it. This ultimately ain't my business. If Cassie like it, I love it. But I don't understand how anybody could have a excuse to endure witnessing the abuse of underage individuals. At some point, when does your own moral compass just transcend? I could even give it to Dawn if she just would have ran for her life and not even reported the incident. She just ran. She just got gone. She just disappeared, bitch, into the obscurities, girl. But how do you witness the abuse of multiple minors simultaneously, on top of everything else that is extraordinarily evil, and then is there an excuse? Even if a motherfucker is making innuendo threats like, y'all better I'm sorry, shutting up and or people disappear, bitch, I'm gonna have to take my chance and disappear. I can see, once again, Dawn just running off and disappearing. You do nothing, and you witness this, and you are once again so scared. So the horrors of hell and then you return. Now, at this point, mind you, she hasn't herself been abused by Diddy. She has not at this point been beat. She does not have Stockholm Syndrome. She has not been essayed personally at this point. These are all things she's witnessing in third person. This is just shit she's witnessing. When she witnesses these events, she's sent back to a hotel and then returns back to his presences the next day. Which means that she had a lot of space and opportunity to haul ass. She wasn't kept hidden in the basement for years like a lot of R. Kelly's victims. She had not been essayed herself at this point. She had not been beaten herself at this point. She's just a bystander. So what is Don's actual excuse? Because the whole, I was afraid when you were allowed to go home. And from home, bitch, you could have went to the authorities. From home, you could have went overseas. From home, you could have hauled ass. You could have taken a number of alternatives in order to disconnect yourself from this whole shit. You are not witnessing these things and then being put in a room down the hallway. You were not being asked to cut off your family and friends. You was just simply had proximity to the abuse and the criminality of Diddy. So she doesn't get the excuse once again of Stockholm Syndrome for being directly victimized, etc. She is just a bystander. She's basically like a neighbor right now with her window wide open and she can see everything next door. She has not had a GUN put to her head. She has not been beaten herself. She has not been violated herself. So far, she's just existing as a person who has proximity to all the shit that's taking place. And then got other people who were bold enough to come forward and speak, like Aubrey O'Day out there on her own while she's in interviews caping and capping for Diddy. Because he gave her a business and brought her out of contracts and did all of these material things for her. Mr. Combs hired police officers to attend his parties. Remember, we was on Nosy Hole platform last night, and I was saying how Diddy is tied into the police and all that shit too. Hired police officers to attend his parties, sending a clear message to guests that his influence extended to law enforcement officers, and creating a climate of fear and a toxic warning that reporting him to authorities would be unacceptable and futile, which is why I don't understand why she just didn't haul ass. On many occasions, Mr. Combs had parties at his Miami, Florida residence that lasted for several days. At one of the parties, Ms. Richards witnessed Mr. Combs openly stating that he had arranged for busloads of young exotic girls, such as mixed Black and Asian, Indonesian, and Albino. Once again, Ms. Richard observed inebriated young girls being actually violated by Mr. Combs and his guests. In a state of panic and terror, Ms. Richard fled to the bedroom Mr. Combs had insisted she stay in, and she barricaded the door shut with furniture. Why would you run to a bedroom instead of running out of the front door? You're going to run to a room in the house of somebody abusing minor females instead of running your ass out of the back door, side door, and front door. You're going to run into a room inside the criminal's domain that he controls. What exactly were you hoping to accomplish by choosing to barricade yourself in a room in his kingdom? His kingdom being the key word here. You know what that's the psychology of? I'm scared. I'm terrified of what the fuck I'm seeing. But not enough to forfeit my goal for being here. This is what you call mixed messaging, my friends. My mind is telling me no, but my body. When your mind is in one room and your body is in another. My conscious objects to this, but my mind doesn't. So I'm going to visibly in my body object to what's happening, but I'm going to remain in the environment, in the space, willfully, that this unrepentant behavior is transpiring in. So all that this gives me is that Dawn found herself conflicted at times, but never actually choosing the right side, only conflicted. Yeah, but we ain't talking about what some said. Dawn is not reporting being locked down. This woman so far, now that may come at some other point, you know, as her experience with Diddy progresses, but so far, Dawn has admitted that she was able to return back to her hotel. She was sent home, where she would lose sleep at night over the things she witnessed, etc. Dawn had opportunity after the things she witnessed Diddy do to other people to haul ass. She did not do that. She was not being locked down. She was not being etc. Now, this is where we are in the lawsuit in her experience. Dawn has already admitted herself. Okay, this is what came out of her mouth. She returned back to hotels. So other people's accounts of what they experienced is theirs. Dawn has said she was able to return back to her place of residence and to her hotels. And Diddy would send for her a car to come back to his house the next day, etc. Dawn had wiggle room and had opportunity to get off the playground at various points as somebody who had not even been directly abused yet. She was just being allowed to bear witness to what he was doing to other people. Look, Ron saying the bank account was conflicted. I'm sure it's going to get progressively worse. Oh, before we get there, I thought that this part, because Nosy also was pretty polarized by the albino part. That is a very interesting thing that Combs was outsourcing for so-called exotic girls, mixed race, Blasians, Indonesian women, and albino women. Because there is, if you keep in mind, like this whole idea that Diddy is a part of the Illuminati and that, you know, he's a part of Freemasonry and, you know, this is just another metaphysical, spiritual community that uses magic and universal laws and symbolisms in order to manipulate reality, and to bend reality in their likeness and image. That whole albino piece right there is real shocking to me, because you guys know I'm a spiritualist as well. I don't shy away from that, bitch. I ride brooms. I have a black cat. I have a familiar. I work with angels. I work with spirits, the whole motherfucking nine. I consider myself to be a Christian mystic, or just a mystic just in general. Okay? I'm fully loaded in the armor of God, baby. Okay, as the scriptures say about Moses, he was studied in all the ways of Egypt. So is Consciouztv. Okay, baby, I know and have mastered all of the arts, baby, because you're not gonna catch me up slipping. So this albino thing is interesting to me. Keep it in context, Diddy being a part of a secret society, the Illuminati, etc., because albinos are fetishized in certain spiritual groups. Albino people are seen as having particular powers, psychic powers, having a particular divine quality to their existence through their albinoism, to the point that in some third world countries, albino people are actually being hunted by witch doctors and soothsayers for their body parts, which are used in ritualistic magic to entice wealth and entice good fortune. Okay? I'm gonna prove this to you. I found a BBC article on this. The albino who confronted a witch doctor. Another article from the LA Times. In parts of Africa, people with albinism are hunted for their body parts. The latest victim, a 9-year-old boy. Slayings of people with albinism are common in Tanzania, Malawi, and Mozambique. I probably done fucked up all them African names, where body parts are used in witchcraft rituals because of superstitions that they bring riches, success, power, or actual conquest. Children are especially vulnerable. Here in Dawn's lawsuit, she is alleging that Diddy is trafficking in what appeared to her to be underage albino females. Now, I know Dawn does not understand the correlation here, and she doesn't really understand the particular profiles that Diddy is that Diddy has as it relates to his targets and who he victims. But this particular interest in mixed race and or albino young people, ironically, is connected to a bigger concept in the spiritual community around albino people, once again having some type of a metaphysical quality, which is personified and symbolized through their complexion. And they're being hunted. I'm talking about in third world countries, albinos are being mutilated. Their eyes are being gouged out of their heads. Albino females are having their breasts removed. They're finding mutilated albino people all around third world countries who are being targeted by witch doctors, witches, sorcerers, and other people who practice within the arts, who are using albino body parts for potions and for ritualistic magical purposes. At least 20 Malawians with albinism have been unalive for their body parts since November 2014, according to Amnesty International, but the number could be higher, with many people with albinism having disappeared. In Tanzania, at least 75 have been unalive since the year 2000. The danger has become so significant that the United Nations Refugee Organization has recently begun relocating families of people with albinism in Malawi to Canada and other countries. The recessive genetic condition, which limits the body's production of melanin and results in a lack of pigmentation in skin, hair, and eyes, often leading to skin cancer or eye damage, affects as many as 1 in every 1,400 people in Africa. Because people with the condition there are so visible in their communities, they are often forced to hide in their houses to avoid attack, abduction, and slaughter. But even there, they are not safe. The attacks are often brazen. Homes are invaded or people are seized in broad daylight. Toddlers and children are snatched from impoverished single mothers or while walking to school. Family members such as uncles, fathers, or boyfriends often implicated. I find this to be very interesting. Their mutilated bodies are often found later without hands, without feet, breasts, genitals, skin, eyes, or hair, depending on the spells to be casted. Now, let's go back to this line here in this paragraph. Family members, such as uncles, fathers, or boyfriends, are often implicated. This is why Diddy is being charged with RICO and racketeering. Because once again, RICO and racketeering involves multiple moving parts and players. The cooks, the personal assistances, the drivers, the drug dealers who were supplying all these narcotics, the doormen, hotel workers, landlords, personal assistances. But at the same time, how about these busloads of minors being bussed in? How were these minors being recruited? Was Diddy paying off the families and the parents of these albino females? Because this practice is not unbelievable, since this practice of selling off and auctioning off and offering up your albino offspring is very common in third world countries. Trafficking, period, is exploitative and capitalistic anyway. People offering up their children and young people in exchange for drugs, in exchange for a check. This whole thing is going to run real deep with Diddy. How was he getting access to these young people? Were their parents complicit? How were these young people being brought into the system? This is a epic web of corruption. It's violent. It's patriarchal. It's corporate. And it's Luciferian and satanic as well. And there are spiritual and ritualistic elements in what Diddy was doing and how he was profiling his victims. That albino piece is really fucking telling. And it lets me know that Diddy is definitely and has visited Bohemian Grove and has participated and God knows how many metaphysical, magical rituals in certain parts of Africa. Having sex with a man is said to entice wealth in a man's life. In certain countries and tribes in Africa, the practice of two men sexually engaging in each other is thought to bring about wealth. There's so many type of philosophies, spiritual philosophies, so many different types of cultural practices that are said to manifest this and manifest that and open up a gateway and a portal to this and to that. So the all-out sacrificing of an albino person in certain spiritual sects is normalized, and the actual abuse and engagement of sex with albino people are said to bring about certain power, certain dominance, certain wealth. And y'all don't be thinking these people are this metaphysical, and they are. I keep telling y'all, from our presidents to our conservative religious leaders, from the popes to the pastors, none of these people are classically religious or political. All of their asses are deeply metaphysical. They'll sell y'all ass religion while they're doing the hoodoo and the voodoo and working in the alternative arts where the real metaphysics are. They're working in the real reality of metaphysics and selling y'all the watered down shit through the Bible and the Quran and yoga, while they're with ancient Babylonian metaphysical magic. They're into the shadow aspect of magic. These are what we would call in the spiritual community right-hand paths. No, left-hand paths. Left-hand paths are mostly your sorcerers, the metaphysicians who work from the cerebral instead of the heart chakra. They work typically from the ego. They typically will use magic as a means to hurt and as a means to aid and abet in their personal evolution and ambition and goals. Work from a place of egotism. These are the people who are likely to become dangerous as metaphysicians and spiritualists and witches and warlocks. Not all spiritualists and warlocks are made equal. Not everybody who does spiritual work is doing it from the dark side. But the left-hand path typically work from the shadow, and the right-hand path typically work from the light. Because we get the concept of the white witch and the black witch, the white arts and the dark arts. A lot of these people with commercial power and who have ascended to power within this material matrix, they're working from the material. We saw this represented even in the 40 days and 40 nights of Jesus, where Jesus was a right-hand path. He worked from the light. He worked from higher consciousness. He worked from the divine feminine, the tetragrammaton, the Yud Hey Vav Hey, the Holy Spirit, which is androgynous. Yud Hey Vav Hey, the name of God, which has both male and female Hebrew vowels, working for both the feminine and masculine of God, both the feminine and masculine of the creator, of the divine spark. But even in his 40 days and 40 nights, he was given the opportunity to also work from the left, which was represented in Satan or Saturn returning to him and offering him what? Control, dominion, rulership, the influence and adoration of mankind. If only you would bow to me, aka bow to the ego, aka submit to the superego, aka submit to material rulership. Of course, Christ prevailed with deep discipline and maintained his allegiance to the light. But a lot of these politicians and world leaders and religious leaders are not who they say they are. This is why Bohemian Grove and the exposing of Bohemian Grove was epic. Showing all of our world politicians, leaders, religious leaders coming together annually to worship in Babylonian mysticism, the worshiping of owls, participating in mock child sacrifices, the utterances of demonic tongues, indulging in sensual and material pleasure like sex and fornication and adultery. And these were your Republicans, your Democrats. These were your progressive and conservative religious leaders. All who wear a mask for the public. And then come together collectively to galvanize and celebrate and indulge each other as they control the world stage through an appearance of individuality. And through an appearance of having oppositional worldviews, when in fact the opposition is the worldview. And they're all benefiting from the opposition and the divisiveness of the individual role they play in the collective of the chaos that becomes humanity and society. So I just want to tap on that albino piece real quick. Let's get back to the lawsuit. Mr. Combs openly assaulted Miss Ventura in front of Miss Richard and other witnesses on multiple occasions. On one occasion, in or around the fall of 2009, Diddy Dirty Money was in New York preparing to perform at a festival. Inside their vehicle, Mr. Combs grabbed Miss Ventura's neck, pulled her out of the van onto the grass, and pinned her head down, choking her while yelling, "You're going to get fucked up today." The incident took place in the backstage area just outside the festival and was entirely visible to passerbys. In another instance, in or around 2010, Mr. Combs punched Miss Ventura in the face in the bathroom of a party in LA. Frequently, when Miss Ventura attempted to voice an opinion or stand up to Mr. Combs, he would strike her or wrap his arms around her throat and choke her. On the first several occasions that they observed Mr. Combs assault Miss Ventura, Miss Richards and Miss Harper spoke with Miss Ventura to support and encourage Miss Ventura in escaping her abusive relationship with Mr. Combs. You know what's so contradiction about this bit? I don't believe this for one fucking minute. How are you going to encourage Cassie to leave a relationship that you can't even leave? Dawn herself won't even leave. So how the fuck are you having a conversation with Cassie to leave? You know what? Actually, no. I believe this happened. I believe she had this conversation. But it wasn't because she wanted Cassie ass to leave. I believe because Dawn ass wanted to be Cassie herself. Dawn wanted the head bitch in charge role. That's been her whole ambition, is to be Beyonce to all this shit. And because she believed that can happen through Diddy, the biggest cosign she's ever had in her career life. Yeah, her encouraging Cassie to leave while she can't even leave was her really trying to talk Cassie out of a spot that nobody should have fucking wanted, get alone Dawn. But the hypocrisy of it all, to talk to someone else about leaving a toxic relationship that you haven't even fucking left and divorced. Every time that Miss Richard and Miss Harper tried to intervene, Mr. Combs learned of the conversation and became irate. Mr. Combs screamed at the women, y'all bitches don't get in my relationship. Don't tell my bitch, Miss Ventura, what she need to be doing. Just make money and shut the fuck up. I end artists. I shelve careers you could be missing, and you bitches want to die today, amongst other threats. This not making sense to me. You've been screaming that you've been so terrified that it left you on mute, but you took a chance and tried to talk Cassie out of her relationship, knowing that there was high odds of her running to Diddy to tell him that, the person you so scared of and you never confronted and you saved face for and you never said nothing to. It's inconsistent. This is inconsistent. It don't even make no sense. And then you're talking her out of leaving a nigga that you can't even leave. All of this is inconsistent. This doesn't make any sense. In or around late 2009, early 2010, Bad Boy Entertainment entered an agreement with Interscope, Geffen, A&M Records. Upon information and belief, Bad Boy was paid $50 million in exchange for Bad Boy's future release being distributed through Interscope. In so doing, Mr. Combs intended to capitalize on Interscope's significant resources and enhance the promotion and sales of Bad Boy's release, including Diddy Dirty Money's upcoming album. In the weeks and months leading up to the Bad Boy Interscope deal, Mr. Combs had frequent meetings with producer and then CEO of Interscope, Jimmy Iovine. On one such occasion, Combs hosted a dinner at a West Hollywood, California restaurant, which Miss Richard and Miss Harper were required to attend. Amongst the guests at the dinner were celebrities like Neo and Usher, as well as Mr. Iovine. At the dinner, Mr. Combs and Miss Ventura had an argument in front of the dinner guests. Mr. Combs hissed at Ventura in a screaming whisper and forcibly punched her in the stomach, causing her to double over in visible pain, crying. Ms. Clark escorted Ms. Ventura out of the restaurant, and Mr. Combs remained and continued socializing with the dinner guests. At this point, Interscope Records clearly had actual knowledge that Combs was dangerous around females and that Combs was willing to brazenly batter a female in public. Even after Mr. Iovine watched Mr. Combs commit a violent assault in front of numerous high-profile witnesses, the Bad Boy Interscope deal took place and remained in effect, providing Mr. Combs with immense financial rewards and enabling him to commit further acts of violence without fear or repercussions. Watching Mr. Combs openly assault Ms. Ventura in front of Mr. Iovine and various celebrities, and observing that other powerful music industry representatives were complicit in Mr. Combs' behavior, amplified Ms. Richards' fear. Here she go. It's amplifying fears that Mr. Combs could one day harm her and that his actions would be accepted and normalized by everyone surrounding him. As part of the agreement between Bad Boys and Interscope heavily promoted Diddy Dirty Money Last Train to Paris album. Mr. Iovine had presented Mr. Combs with a demo of Coming Home for him to produce a song that would become a multi-platinum hit. Mr. Iovine was encouraging Mr. Combs to develop a new sound for the album, into which Interscope was investing significant resources. Ms. Richard, Ms. Harper, and Ms. Ventura all provided vocal performances for this project. Released in November 2010, the album The Last Train to Paris became Diddy Dirty Money's most commercially successful project. Okay, once again, this is Ms. Harper and Dawn's. Diddy was the highest thing that ever happened to them in their career. They had no commercial success outside of him. Whether it was him putting Dawn in a girl group, Danity Kane, or bringing her into his group, Dirty Money. So both of these mammied accordingly. In around the fall of 2009, Diddy and Dirty Money began recording the song Love Comes Down. Upon information and belief that Mr. Combs continued to use drugs that caused him to remain awake for prolonged periods of time. When he was awake, he would demand Ms. Richard and Ms. Harper to record in the studio, where they would spend 3 or 4 consecutive days recording without a break, eat, or sleep. Mr. Combs required Ms. Richards and Ms. Harper to remain at his home, continuously denying the opportunity to return to their hotel for breaks. The degree of control Mr. Combs exercised over Ms. Richards' daily life and basic needs exacerbated the significant power imbalance and threatening atmosphere, and ensured Ms. Richards' compliance with his demands. Mr. Combs regularly left the studio and required Miss Richard and Miss Harbor to stay and write verses to songs. Occasionally, Miss Richard tried to leave to get something to eat or to get to her hotel. Here it is once again. To everybody talking about, oh, she was locked down. No, she wasn't locked down. Not according to Miss Richards. According maybe to other people who were part of freak offs and all of this shit, honey, they would be locked in and locked down. Miss Richards was given the opportunity throughout her ordeal this far, through the abuse of Kim Porter, the abuse of young albino female minors, the abuse of Cassie, to go back and forth out of Diddy's presence. She didn't choose to haul ass. She didn't choose to run to the authorities. She didn't choose to cross overseas and to just live her life in obscurity, to flee all of this polarizing terrorism that's escalating in her after every incident. She wasn't being forced to live in Diddy's basement. She wasn't being forced to live in his backseat. She wasn't being forced to be chained up in a room in his damn mansion. She had the opportunity to come and go, 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 to come and go. So all people in the back. Let me read that again out of Don's own words. Denying. Oh, okay, wait a minute. I actually misinterpreted that. In this case, she was being denied the opportunity to return to her hotel for breaks, okay? But she had a hotel room, okay? She had a hotel room, not a room in his mansion, not a room at his place of residence. She actually had a hotel room. And even though he would, quote unquote, make them be in the studio for 3 and 4 days on end, Don, even a lot of times more so than Cassie, had an opportunity to actually truly exist outside of Diddy's control. She had access and autonomy. Access and autonomy. And she never took advantage of that access and autonomy, because what Dawn wanted to access was her goddamn career. She wanted commercial success. She wanted the thing she wanted. What's going on, El Ray? Hey, Bessie Perkins. The degree of control Mr. Combs exercised over Ms. Richards' daily life and basic needs exacerbated the significant power imbalance and threatened the atmosphere that ensured Ms. Richards' compliance with his demands. Mr. Combs regularly left the studio and required Ms. Richards and Ms. Harper to stay and write verses to songs, occasionally tried to leave to get something to eat or go to the hotel. Ms. Richards tried to leave. Mr. Combs would call and demand, "Where the fuck are you? And we have an album to make." So she would leave, because once again, he didn't have a GUN to their heads. And when she would leave to get her a Debbie cake, to get her a slice of bread, to get her some peanut butter and jelly, he would just call and harass and berate her ass. But once again, she had the freedom to actually leave. There was nobody stopping her at the door. There was nobody physically restraining her. She picked and chose when she decided to disobey him. She didn't want to disobey him when it came to her bearing witness to him assaulting minors. She didn't want to leave him when it came to watching him physically abuse Cassie on multiple occasions, or physically abuse Kim Porter. But for a slice of bread and some peanut butter and jelly, honey, okay, she was ready to object to his motherfucking control and rule, and would in fact leave. And that would result in Combs frequently making threats, especially as a fool, stating, "You're a bitch. I want to see your fucking face." When she would leave, Mr. Combs would call and demand, "Where the fuck are you?" Which means she left. Oh, she didn't try to leave. She actually had left. He would call and demand, "Where the fuck are you? We have an album to make." Now, you're telling me that objecting to go get you a can Mountain Dew is more worthy of an objection than hauling ass all the other opportunities she had to completely dissociate from this man and literally go get her Tina Turner on and get on a Greyhound and silent and get the fuck on with her life after witnessing him traffic minors? abuse Kim Porter and Cassie. But for a slice of turkey, bitch, Dawn is going to stand up for her motherfucking constitutional rights, bitch. Okay? Girl, for a ham and cheese and a Lunchable, bitch, Dawn is going to object and tap into her motherfucking autonomy as a woman, bitch. Okay? The minors, not so much. The abuse of Cassie and Kim Porter, not so much. The abuse of them Blasians, not so much. But, bitch, a Lunchable, baby, you got to kill me, bitch. I'm willing to risk it all, girl. I'm willing to risk objectifying to this man's authority, girl. For an Oreo, girl, for a Condat bar, bitch, you would not get me fucked up. When it comes to my food, honey, I can put up with all the other demonic shit you're doing. I can be complicit. I can be quiet. I can be mute. I can respect the disorder of it all. But what you won't do, bitch, is tell me I can't eat, bitch. I'm willing to risk a cap in my ass and defy your authority against all that I know you capable of, since I'm so scared and I'm so terrified and I'm so shook and I'm so shivering and I am shaking and I'm so this and I'm so that, bitch. This is why I don't buy it, bitch. And I don't care who don't like it and do like it, bitch. I don't motherfucking buy it. Balakna. Baby, they'll risk it all for the balakna of it all. Whenever Miss Richards would leave, Mr. Combs would call in the man, "What the fuck are you? We have an album to make." Mr. Combs frequently made threats, especially the acts of food arrest, stating, "You're a bitch. I don't want to see your fucking face. I make niggas go missing. I make things go away." Each time Miss Richard returned to the studio. So you see how the semantics here, I also want y'all to see the manipulation here of the sentence. The opening statement is whenever Miss Richard tried to leave. But then the rest of the sentence goes on to establish that she did, in fact, leave. There was no try. Okay? See, this is a manipulation of the story. This is why the sentence is contradictory. This is why the narrative she's trying to establish, even with her lawyer working in tandem with her, is incongruent. There was no try to leave. You successfully left, which resulted in him texting and calling and berating you. And then the sentence concludes, each time Miss Richard returned to the studio once again. You can only return to a space you left in, not tried to leave in. You successfully left the studio. Once again, Don Richards was not chained to the ground. There was not security guards outside barricading the doors. Hell, in one instance, she ran and locked herself in a room in his damn house willfully, instead of running her ass to the front door. Dawn was where she wanted to be because of what she was trying to achieve through Diddy. Believing that Mr. Combs was capable of following through with his threats, of course. Thank you, baby mama Bashili, for the old nasty child support check. For love you so much. Thank you, baby. Y'all know I be working, honey. I still ain't even ordered me nothing to eat yet, honey. Y'all got me working my ass off, honey. All right, y'all thumbs up, share. Thank y'all so much. God bless. I really appreciate y'all, baby, because I do this for y'all. Okay, Mr. Combs criticized Miss Richard for being too skinny, yet denied her request for food and demanded that she drink only peanut butter shakes. Mr. Combs had full meals prepared by a chef and ate them in front of Miss Richard and Miss Harper, never offering food. Miss Richard and Miss Harper begged for food and rest breaks, but Mr. Combs refused, making statements such as "absolutely fucking not," and "this is what it takes to be great." Mr. Combs' responses underscored the threat he posed and heightened Miss Richard's concerns for her safety and well-being. As Miss Richard continued to work nonstop, transitioning between the studio rehearsals, workouts, and back to the studio, Once again, backwards and forward. Studio, rehearsals, workouts, back to the studio. She became severely dehydrated and experienced chronic stomach cramping from being undernourished and excessively thin. On the numerous occasions that she told Mr. Combs that she was not feeling well, he called her lazy and dismissed her health concerns, instilling in her further apprehension of communicating her needs. In or around the summer of 2010, Ms. Richard experienced abdominal pain, swollen glands, and a fever. She was hospitalized and diagnosed with joint pain due to overuse, sprains, tendinitis, and infection, anemia, and a low white blood cell count. Ms. Richard presented Mr. Combs with her medical records specifying that she needed to emphasize eating well, being adequately hydrated, and getting adequate rest. But Mr. Combs ordered her to report to the studio the next day for another multi-day recording session. Mr. Combs' blatant disregard for her health and well-being cemented Ms. Richard's fear of his authority and control over her career and health. Ms. Richard continued to witness Mr. Combs' abuse. Ms. Ventura often wore sunglasses and makeup in the attempt to hide visible injuries. These incidents further solidified Ms. Richard's fear of Mr. Combs, as they were constant reminders of the physical danger she potentially could and eventually would face. What you mean? According to her, she's already doing that because he's denying her food, denying her liquids and adequate rest, which is resulting in her having a slew of ongoing health issues. So, I don't know, like the way this lawsuit is written up is weird because it's like you're implying something that could possibly come while at the same time establishing all the harm that is already being done and that Dawn would already know to be true through her own anecdotal experience of being deprived and starved. Mr. Combs often exhibited uncontrollable anger during recording sessions, throwing objects like albums, laptops, and food against the wall at individuals. Mr. Combs frequently flew into frenzied, unpredictable rages. Miss Richard feared making any misstep that could direct his anger toward her. However, her fears went beyond her immediate physical safety because he had witnessed Mr. Combs' violent nature, a side of Mr. Combs that the world had not seen yet. She feared that falling out with Mr. Combs' good graces or worse, standing up to him or speaking out against him could result in serious harm to her. But she had already now done that by going to the doctor against his will, bringing him her medical records back, knowing that he don't give a fuck, and him basically telling her he don't give a fuck, and by leaving the studio sessions oftentimes to go get her ass a Lunchable, willing to defy his authority. Dawn wasn't scared of this man. She didn't want the road to what she wanted to be this hard, but Dawn was not scared of Diddy. She didn't want him making it this hard to get the shit she wanted from him. Of course, she wanted to eat. She wanted to drink. She wanted to sleep. But she clearly didn't want to eat, drink, or sleep enough to go find her another adequate way to be a superstar than through putting up with Diddy's bullshit in order to do that. But since she had not managed to end up on anybody else's radar who wanted to manage her or had a vision for her career, who had the actual means to carve out a career for her, she was once again rolling all of her dice and putting all her eggs in one basket with Diddy. Exactly. What career? Despite Mr. Combs' violence, threats, and misogyny, Dirty Money experienced significant sales of records, selling 2 million copies of one single, 500,000 of another in the U.S. and in Australia, 5 million single copies. Miss Richards' unpaid wages and royalties are estimated to be 1 million, blah, blah, blah. Miss Richards' unpaid touring wages are estimated to be over $350,000 for touring dates within the U.S. states alone. In or around 2009, Miss Richard and Miss Harper were required by Mr. Combs to perform as part of Diddy Dirty Money and attend numerous promotional events, including later overnight parties, all of which were under contract between Combs and Siret Vodka or between Combs and Diddy Beats, pursuant to the Bad Boy Interscope record deal. Miss Richard was never compensated for the extra time she spent fulfilling Mr. Combs' promotional contracts, including the Siret The Cyrock and the Diddy Beats campaign, Mr. Combs was paid approximately $250,000 per Cyrock appearance. Mr. Combs did not compensate Miss Richard or Miss Harbor for those appearances, other than just $5,000 each on a handful of occasions. Mr. Combs' ongoing explanation for withholding compensation was that their appearances were a requirement for their tour. Additionally, Miss Richard was required to appear and to promote Diddy Beats through parties, albums, and videos. Over time, Mr. Combs was paid $6.25 million for 25 Cyrex shows that Miss Richard was required to attend. Following each show, Miss Richard and Miss Harbor approached Mr. Combs to inquire about their insufficient and sporadic payments. What? Not them confronting Diddy after narrating herself as so terrified of this man's authority and retaliation and just experiencing all this, baby. But she gonna be willing to take a cap for a Lunchable in her ass, not him abusing minors and objecting to that shit. And when it came to her money and her moolah bit, she was also willing to take a fist to the face. All of this is very telling, y'all, about Dawn's posture and her priorities. The shit she was, as you guys can see from her own lawsuit, the only time she objected to this man was when it impacted her health, and her wallet. Everything else, she rationalized, but to the public is saying was rooted in fear. But that fear was non-existent when it came to her motherfucking coin and confronting that motherfucking nigga. And when it came to her health and confronting that motherfucking nigga. I want y'all to see, this is her own shit. Y'all know how we do, baby. We ain't got to put words in nobody's mouth, baby. We drag people and expose people based upon what they say, bitch. We don't got to oftentimes get into no conspiracy. When it is conspiracy, baby, we narrate it as conspiracy. But oftentimes, baby, we're able to pull directly from people's dick sucker themselves. I want y'all to see all this fear that she been narrating all the way up to this point, girl, completely dissipated when it came to her money. Oh yeah, bitch, I ain't afraid now. Her own words. Following each show, Miss Richard and Miss Harbor approached. Hold on, I done fucked up. Child. Hold on, damn, I done lost my page. Okay, here it is. Hold on. Let me organize this shit back. And y'all thumbs up the video, child, because we are in fact working. Hold on. Let me organize this real quick. Oh, y'all doing good on the thumbs up, child. Okay, we got 500 on period. On period. Hold on. Let me see something here. We're working. Shout out to the new subbies, girl. We're at 49.4 and climbing. Hold on. I got so many damn tabs up. It's a damn shame. Y'all know us, girl. We ain't got to put words in nobody's mouth, baby. We use the words right in their own damn mouth. We use the words right in their mouth. Okay, all right, good. All right. Got it. All right, let me reshare my screen. Back to life, okay? But they found the strength, girl, to confront this man, this abuser, this trafficker, this person who was violating underage females, albino females, mixed race females, this man who was abusing his spouses and concubines, Kim Porter and Cassie, honey. She's so afraid. When it came to the slice of bologna, baby, once again, that bitch was willing to roll the dice. When it came to him running her motherfucking money, according to her, Following each show, Miss Richards and Miss Harper approached Mr. Combs to inquire about their insufficient and sporadic payments. Y'all better stop playing with me, baby. Because don't nobody got a CNI like I got a motherfucking CNI. I'm telling y'all, this is what Don's priority was. Herself. She didn't give a fuck about what happened to Cassie, Kim, none of that shit. No, she didn't want to have to work this hard for what the fuck she wanted to use Diddy for, but nonetheless, she was willing to stay the course all the way up till last year, December. And every instant she should have stood up because criminality was actually happening to people like Kim, Cassie, and these underage albino females and mixed race females. She used the excuse of fear. But when it came to her appetite and came to her motherfucking money, that bitch was ready to be up in his motherfucking face and get cussed out and risk whatever the retaliation was. But use the fear of him retaliating to not do nothing about the actual crimes he was committing around people. This is her own shit. I'm not putting words in Don's mouth. I'm not saying nothing she ain't said. I ain't having to do none of that. We are reading from Don, but this is consistent, right? Because remember, while her bandmate Aubrey, who was out here on Diddy's neck before it was cool and trendy to be on Diddy's neck, who was willing to talk that shit when Diddy still was that nigga and that it boy, Don was, remember, in interviews, right, up his ass.
That was only support. So if you do good by other people, and I got out with a business, exactly what people say he is. Now, and that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is, but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive. Yeah. And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. So
ain't no bad stories. Now she got a bad story and stories. Now that Diddy has canceled and the cash cow done tanked. So let me get my lawsuit on and have this nigga settle out and pay me my motherfucking million since Diddy is done. Okay, there's no more potential for me to be somebody through him. He don't have no equity. Nobody's going to respect him professionally, girl. There's nothing to use him from anymore. Let me go ahead and sue him, honey. After reading the room and seeing how this thing was going to play out after Cassie did what she did, and now that the Fed's involved and his ass being indicted and being arrested, girl, all this kind of stuff, girl, it's done. It's over. Let me go ahead and sue, honey, and see what I can get out of this shit. And then play the victim. But until then, she was all good because she was employed, she was famous, she was on TV, she was on tour, and she was being co-signed by a nigga that at that time the industry respected professionally and artistically. She ain't got that story that Aubrey got. She ain't got that story that Sean got. She ain't got that story that the poor woman who got shot in her face by Diddy, who then made Shine take the fall for, she ain't got that story. She ain't got Kim Porter's story. But the whole time while this interview was happening and she was up Diddy's ass, trying to distance herself from everybody else's truth, she was bearing witness to Cassie experiencing DV, Kim Porter experiencing DV, other members of Danity Kane being starved out, working excessively through inhumane conditions. She was watching him traffic underage females. Now, at this point, Diddy hadn't put a hand on her directly. Diddy had not sexually assaulted her. So what was her excuse? She was allowed to live on her own. She was allowed to have a hotel. She was allowed to have autonomy, which means that Don had choice. And Don put up with all that shit and used the excuse of, I was afraid, until it came to her wallet and when it came to her stomach. Then she was willing to see what the fuck would happen upon confrontation day. But was not motivated to confront him when he was sexually assaulting minors. And not willing to confront him when he was physically assaulting Cassie or Kim Porter or the other females of Danity Kane. Nope. That didn't warrant a protest. That only warrant, fear. Fear and intimidation. But when I'm hungry, bitch, I'm willing to see if he'll bust me in my face because, bitch, I'm leaving the studio to get me a Klondike bar, to get me a sneakers hoe. Okay, he could be mad. He can shoot me, bitch. He can put the goons on me, bitch. I don't give a damn. He gonna have to do what he got to do, bitch, because I'm going right down there to the CVS hole and getting me a Del Jono pizza. Oh, for my moolah, bitch. Oh yeah, I'm willing to roll up on his ass and risk being unalive and beating the smithereens, girl, for my money. But not when he's assaulting multiple underage females and beating the shit out of Cassie and Kim Porter, Danity Kane. All right. Hey, Neo. Hey, boo. Mr. Combs received an advance on Diddy beats for which Miss Richard received no compensation. Between approximately 2009 and 2011, through Diddy Dirty Money's recording process, rehearsals, and performances, Mr. Combs repeatedly ordered Miss Richard to strip down to her underwear. He frequently referred to her as a bitch and whore and made demeaning remarks about her body, alternatively calling her lazy, fat, ugly, and skinny, particularly in front of his friends, producers, and bodyguards. All things that she had already experienced, according to her, when they were doing Making the Band and in Danity Kane. They were all type of bitches and whores and being fat shamed and always criticized for their looks and etc. Mr. Combs frequently held meetings with Mr. Richard wearing only his underwear despite Miss Richard's protests and repeated requests for him to put on clothing. In response, Mr. Combs called her a bitch and a whore and reminded her that she should be grateful for the opportunity to be there. Often while they were recording in the studio, Mr. Combs would hold parties where he would invite young women and men who were often scantily dressed and appear underage to use drugs and engage in sex acts. Miss Richards observed, never protest, but let it be about her money and let it be about her eating a goddamn bologna sandwich. She's up in arms. She's in his face. But never when he's actually doing anything criminal. Miss Richards observed Mr. Combs and his colleagues kissing, groping, and inappropriately touching the young women. Upon information and belief, the participants often left the immediate area to have sex and returned shortly thereafter. On numerous occasions between approximately 2009 and 2011, under the guise of preparing for performances, Mr. Combs would intrude into Miss Richards' changing room at Daddy's house unannounced while Miss Richards was undressed. Even though a female stylist was present and assisting Miss Richard with her wardrobe, Mr. Combs would grope Miss Richard's body, including her bare buttocks and her chest area near her breast. With no legitimate purpose and without Miss Richard's consent, Mr. Combs caressed her buttocks to show the stylist where he wanted her high-waisted panties positioned and attempted to touch her breast, claiming to show the stylist where he wanted her bra straps to go. When Mr. Combs would enter the changing room, Miss Richards would cover her chest with her hands to prevent Mr. Combs from seeing her touching her breast. When Mr. Combs would touch her body, Miss Richards would attempt to swat his hands away and state, "Don't touch me." Mr. Combs frequently smacked Miss Richards' bare buttocks and often commented on her body, noting that although she was too skinny, she had an ass. Ignoring her visible and communicated discomfort, Miss Richards persisted and continued to intrude when Miss Richards was in the dressing room and continued to touch her buttocks and breast area under the guise of showing the stylist what to do and continued to smack her buttocks without her consent. In and around 2010, Dirty Money performed in Glasgow, Scotland, where Miss Combs engaged in overt sexual advances toward Miss Richard. On numerous occasions, Miss Richard exited the dressing room fully styled. Mr. Combs looked at her approvingly and smacked her buttocks while making comments such as, "You're looking good. Okay, Don, okay. And I see what this is," in a flirtatious tone. Each time Miss Richard moved away and asked him not to touch her, but Mr. Combs disregarded her protests. On their last night in Glasgow, Miss Richard witnessed Mr. Combs and several other males gangbanging Mr. Combs' female assistant at the hotel room. Miss Richard immediately left and went to her hotel room. Once again, autonomy. Dawn Richards was not being handcuffed. She was not being barricaded in against her will. She always had the freedom to leave and would leave when it suited her ass to leave, even if it resulted in Mr. Combs cussing her ass out and calling her, asking her where the fuck she is, she to get her ass back here, etc. Once again, she establishes autonomy. She was able to immediately leave and go to her hotel room. On their flight back to the United States the next day, Miss Richard asked Mr. Combs where his assistant was. Mr. Combs replied, "I don't give a fuck where that bitch is." Miss Richard later learned that Mr. Combs had taken his assistant's passport with him to the United States, leaving the assistant stranded in the United Kingdom. Damn. In Glasgow, Miss Harper confided in Miss Richards that her husband and manager, Tony Vick, was abusive. After an especially severe assault, she confided in Miss Richard that she wanted to leave Mr. Vick, and Miss Richard helped her to plan her exit from the relationship. However, Miss Harper and Mr. Vick reconciled, and both Mr. Combs and Mr. Vick, who had a close relationship, learned of Miss Richard's role in helping Miss Harper, of course, abuse to stick together. Both Mr. Combs and Mr. Vick became notably distrustful of Miss Richard, which exacerbated her exacerbated. They always so exacerbated, but it never exacerbated her fears enough to leave, her fears enough to go try to deal with the authorities anyway, even if Combs had a certain sector of the police department in a chokehold. Never exacerbated her ass to just run for her life and disappear off the radar, live off the grid, no nothing. But she was never afraid when it came to confronting his ass about her money and her needing a mayonnaise sandwich. Thumbs up the video, y'all. When Mr. Combs would require Diddy and Dirty Money bandmates to stay at his residence in Miami, Miss Richard would barricade herself inside her room at night, placing heavy furniture against the door because she feared being harmed in her sleep. But she was never afraid to confront his ass about her motherfucking money or needing some sugar water. In or about late December of 2010, Miss Richard, Miss Harper, and Miss Ventura were in Mr. Combs' LA home when Mr. Combs stated, "I want to gift you fake titties for Christmas." Miss Combs reached out and cuffed Miss Richards' breast without her permission and stated, "You're an A, I'm thinking a D." Miss Richards recoiled in shock and left the room. Throughout the above mentioned time period when Miss Richard resisted Mr. Combs' advances, Mr. Combs retaliated by denying her singing parts in songs, removing her from songs, refusing to allow her to sing in performances, and turning her microphone off during performances. The more Miss Richard rebuffed his advances, the more Mr. Combs' retaliatory behavior increased. Mr. Combs assaults and falsely imprisons Miss Richard. All right, here we go. In around December of 2010, Dirty Money was preparing for an upcoming performance on Saturday Night Live. As usual, rehearsals lasted for days without opportunity to eat or rest, and the rehearsals schedule was unpredictable. You know, I want to mention this. I think it's a shame that Diddy overworked the shit out of Danity Kane and Dirty Money, because for them to have endured trying to be famous at the hands of Simon Cowell 2.0, it's a shame that all these days in rehearsals and perfecting everything, and these people still never had a notable performance. There's not one iconic performance from Danity Kane or Dirty Goddamn Money. I think, girl, that's the biggest insult to injury for me, bitch, is that if we were going to have the audacity to be locked into a damn gym and dance rehearsals for days on end and didn't even make MTV's top 10 best live performances ever, to not even make VH1's most iconic music videos of the year, to never for the work, effort, and ethic to never have even equated to anything legendary, I mean, outside of streams. But none of the performances and shows and concerts ever made any fucking noise a shame and a goddamn scandal. CTV saying, Diddy is offering $50 million for judge to let him out of jail. Okay. Oh, where they're saying that at, boo? Like, what's happening? Hold on. Let's go back to the Associated Press. I forgot about these. Oh, they still outside, bitch. What they waiting on? Hold on. Where y'all getting that from? Hold on. Let me check social media to see what's going on real quick. Because, baby, Don got me in a chokehold in this damn lawsuit. Let me scavenge, girl, because I know we getting live updates. Where they saying that is? Hold on. Let me see what's going on. I heard Diddy offered. From where, though? Like, where did y'all hear it? Hear it from where? Like, who's reporting it, girl? Like, what's the reputable source? And don't tell me a content creator said it. Like, who's... Okay, all right. TMZ. Okay, let's read here. Let me go to TMZ real quick. Hold on. I'm coming home. I'm coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming home. Oh, yes, bitch. You home, bitch. In jail. You home all right, bitch. That song didn't age too well. Okay, let me go to TMZ, y'all. We finna read about what the hell, baby. Diddy ass trying to get home. So it's looking like they're trying to keep his ass. They're trying to deny bail, but he revving up the coinage. All right, so let's get into this update, child. All right, according to TMZ, girl, bad boy wants bail offered $50 big million to get the out. Sean Diddy Combs wants out of federal lockup really badly. He's proposed a $50 million package to secure his release on bail until his trial. Wow! This man is offering $50 million to get the fuck baby. If he can't even last, he ain't even been a whole 48 hours. What the fuck he gonna do with whatever time he's going to fucking get? Damn! Girl, if you willing to give up $50 million just off the strength of being in there for 12 hours, bitch, y'all know Diddy ain't gonna make it then, girl. He ain't gonna make it, girl. When it comes to the actual sentence he gonna do. Diddy's team filed the offer with the federal court, and it's impressive offer in terms of the assets he's willing to lay on the line. According to the docs, Diddy says his mansion on Miami Star Island would be offered up as collateral that's worth $48 million, and his mother's Did I just read that right? Yo. Not only is Diddy willing to offer up his $48 million home, he willing to auction off his mammy's Miami home as well and cover the remaining $2 million. I told y'all, a narcissist will sell out their own children and their own parents, their spouses, if they got to. Wait a minute, y'all. You can't make this shit up. Girl, I wasn't ready for this. Now, back in July, his mammy was just hospitalized in Miami. She was suffering from chest pains and sought medical care on Wednesday. From her home that Diddy just offered up to get his ass out of jail. She had been spotted at her son's Star Island mansion in the week since the feds raided as part of an ongoing ex-trafficking investigation. Quote, the stress of everything has been a lot for her, an insider told NBC. So if she was about to go into cardiac arrest, bitch, following the raid, somebody go check on Janice Combs' ass now, because that bitch must be damn near in hospice as a result of her damn house being put on the auction and blocked for her son to get his ass out of jail, bitch. This is some low down shit. Diddy don't care about nobody. That nigga completely apathetic, bitch. He don't give a damn, baby. Everybody else can get that motherfucking work if it means his ass being able to get the hell on. He's also willing to have his travel limited to Florida, New York, and New Jersey. Presumably, he would live in Miami and travel to New York area to face trial. Diddy says he's willing to wear a GPS monitor so the feds can track his whereabouts if by any means necessary was a person. If by any means necessary was a damn person. Okay, the article continues on TMZ. Interestingly, as I said, Diddy says he's been prepping for the day he was arrested because he paid off the remaining $18 million he owed on the Miami home so he'd be able to offer it as collateral. I told y'all his lawyer and the court's been working to roll this thing out. Additionally, okay, come on with the goddamn spam. He says he informed the feds in May that he was trying to sell his private jet. And although he hasn't found a buyer yet, he's promised to park it in Los Angeles while he remains in Florida. As we reported, the feds have already let the judge know that they don't want Diddy to be released. Wow. On bail, as they claim he poses a danger to society and is a flight risk. In his docs, Diddy says he surrendered his passport to his attorneys back in April, along with those of his mother and his children. Damn, bitch. Now, what the mom and the children got to do with it? We'll see what the judge says when Diddy appears in federal court at 11:30 a.m. Okay, obviously we have no word yet. Now, these seem like sensible bail terms. I can see the judge saying, all right, you know, he's willing to restrict his travels to 3 states, LA, Florida, and New York. He's giving up his passport. He's parking his plane, blah, 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 blah. He's offering up $50 million. Seemed like a good deal. Under these circumstances, I can see the judge granting it. However, if the feds make an argument that nope, Diddy's access to the general public allows him to victimize the potential witnesses and the potential victims in this case, we don't give a damn what he's willing to park or what he's willing to do to restrict this and that, the third, to appease the courts, etc. No. We have a trial and an active and open investigation, and he poses as a threat and a danger, as we are locking him up on the basis of him already using intimidation tactics and fear tactics and coercion in order to keep people silent. So it can still go 50-50. Let me see if the judge has sounded off yet. Let me update before we get back to the commentary. And once again, thank you guys for being here. Subscribe if you're new here. Thumbs up the video. And paypal.me or $Consciouztv to show Nick some love. Diddy released on bail. Let me see if anything comes up. 22 minutes ago. Let's see. NBC, New York reported. Let me see. Twitter just posted 37 seconds ago. Let me see. Deadline Tonight posted. Baby, let me tell you something, baby. This shit is crazy, girl. We were reporting loud, live, and in color. Diddy attorneys for Sean Combs are pitching a $50 million bond for their ex-trafficking charged client to be released from custody. Fighting prosecutors wish to see any bail denied. The defense is also offering home detention with GPS monitoring for Combs, as well as the performer handing over his passport, which we already know. Okay, so apparently there hasn't been a decision yet. Let me see. Buzzing Pop on Twitter just posted. Sean is seeking release. Okay, here's that actual proposal package for those of you who want to see it. Thank you, CTV. The content is content, baby. Thank you, Aaron. All right, this is that proposal package. $50 million bond, co-signed by Sean, his mother, his children, the mother of his oldest daughter, and his 3 adult sons. Secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' residence located at 2 West Star Island in Miami, Florida. Appraisal value, as you guys see here, $48 million. Secured by the equity of Mr. Combs' mother's home. Poor mom. Mr. Combs' travel would be restricted to Southern District, Florida, New York, and LA, and attend medical appointments, which we will address to the court in a separate. Medical appointments. What's going on with Diddy, girl? Is he crunchy? Which will address the court in a separate sealed submission, as well as Eastern District of New York, New Jersey, only to the extent that his travel to and from New York involves an airport in those districts. Mr. Combs' passport was surrendered back in April. Counsel advised the prosecutors of this fact in an email dated the same day. The passports of the following members, which are his kids and his mama and all of that, baby. Nobody going no motherfucking where. All right. Once again, at face value, seems reasonable. However, because of the nature of the crimes and the indictments and the sensitivity of the witnesses and the victims in this case, it is still a high probability that he will not be granted bond. And if I was the feds in this case, I would be arguing that it's because now he's kind of dispelled the fact that he's a flight risk, because he's parked his plane, he's given the court's authority over that, he's turned in his passport, so he's not a flight risk. He doesn't have a way to even risk flying. However, they should be arguing that no, this man still has access to orchestrate hurt and harm to any potential witness and victim in this case, and we don't need him being a threat to their safety. We don't need him being able to have reasonable access to his community, to his entourage, and we don't need just him having an easy access to those things, because they're still openly investigating this. So they still need witnesses to come forward. They still need witnesses to speak out. And if Diddy ass is out on bail, this could largely impact the participation and role of the witnesses and victims, who would not feel safe coming forward as long as he got access and he's out in the open with everybody else, regardless of him being restricted to New York. We live in the age of technology, so he doesn't need to physically travel to orchestrate harm. He could FaceTime his goons. He could text and call his goons. They could come over to his place, etc. Him having an ankle monitor on does not prohibit his ass from causing harm, long as he has access to technology and he has access to employees, etc. And he's already being charged on working within a network that is facilitating abuse. Hell no, we can't trust nobody. We can't trust his cook. We can't trust his doorman. We can't trust his security, because all these people could be working in tandem with him. So his ass need to have bail rejected. Let his ass suffer, and he is a danger to all witnesses and victims. Let me see if there's any other updates before we get back. I just want to make sure that the judge hasn't spoken out yet. Let me see. Diddy Combs offers. Okay, no. So it seems like a decision hasn't been reported yet. Not yet. Prosecutor say Sean, charged with. Let me see. Let me type in Judge Grants. P. Diddy's bill. Let me see if anything comes up. Rolling Stone. Nope. Okay, nope. So the judge apparently has not, or at least the decision hasn't been reported just yet. All right. So we'll be keeping an eye out on that. Y'all let me know if something comes out. Let me scorch through my social media real quick. Let me see. This is a mess, honey. You know, this is unfolding in real time, child. We getting real time coverage, girl. Real time motherfucking coverage. Let me see here. Everybody just gagging him right now. Oh, well, look at this. 2 hours ago, the Jasmine brand reported that Nicki Minaj and Kenneth Petty allegedly are dodging payments on a $500,000 judgment awarded to security guard who sued the fuck out of them for assault. Look at that. We're going to report on this later. Let me send this to myself. Baby, everybody got legal problems right now, bitch. Now, how you sue Nosy, bitch, and then you not even abiding by the stipulations of your own judgments. Hold on, let me gag this bitch in the story. How you not obeying the stipulations? Hold on. Girl, it's too much going on, y'all. It's too the fuck much going on. Okay, hold on, because there's something else I wanted to play, y'all. Okay, so no, nobody has reported a judgment from the judge yet. So I do want to play y'all this, though. This was Diddy. Hold on, who is this? This is, I don't know who this is speaking, but this was at a press conference earlier today too. I'm gonna just put this up to the phone. I mean to the laptop.
At a time agreeable to the U.S. Attorney's.
Oh, wait a minute, it's way too much background noise than that. Fuck that. Okay, so back to life, back to reality. We're going to do Miss Dawn. We're gonna continue to plow through Dawn's lawsuit, which we are. So the whole thing is, I'm not reading through. We read through 24 pages of Dawn's lawsuit. I think my point is proven about Dawn. Okay. Her lawsuit came a week before his arrest. She is more than aware that the money train has dried up and that it's time to see what she can get on the back end through this lawsuit. He knows that Dawn witnessed a lot of shit, even if it can be argued that she was with a lot of the shits. So I think she was banking on him settling out of court immediately. Considering that all that Sean got going on, it's clear he's not paying Dawn no motherfucking attention. And she's claiming to be a victim and things that she witnessed, that she never protested, but she stood up for her own. She stood up for her own selfish reasons when it came to arguing with him over her money and over lunch. Hold on, I gotta get my charger, y'all. Gotta get my motherfucking charger because my computer is dying. And my conclusion is, I believe, most of the things that Dawn is alleging, Diddy was trafficking, he was assaulting minors, all the people she didn't stand up for. He definitely was hoodwinking her and culling a mammy ass in business, because that's what Diddy does to everybody. He did it to Mace, to Loon, to Dream, to all of his artists. But I don't believe that Dawn is reporting any of this because she was a victim. Once again, I just think it's just an opportunity of convenience. And the universe, nonetheless, is going to use her for divine goodwill, because even a wrong ass, immoral ass clock could be right twice a day. Once again, in Dawn's own words.
And that's it. You know, it wasn't all perfect. It wasn't all great. Yeah. He's exactly what people say he is, but he's also, he gave me a shot. I don't have the story that you have. I have I got out alive. Yeah. And I got out with a business. And I don't have no bad stories. That was only support. So.
Wow. Now, moving along. People have been bringing up Young Miami's name. And I am curious to know if the white hillbilly that allegedly is Diddy's drug mule, Brandon Paul, if he's also going to be somebody who takes the stand. You guys know that Brandon Paul initially ended up on our radar when Lil Rod, you know, had spoke about Brandon Paul in his lawsuit being one of Diddy's drug runners. You guys also know he was in fact caught with drugs. I think he was apprehended shortly after they had raided the LA and Miami homes, the feds that is. He ended up striking a plea deal and having to do like community service and rehab. He was arrested in March for cocaine and marijuana possession amid federal trafficking accusations the hip-hop mogul was facing. The 25-year-old has now entered a drug diversion program. He accepted the prosecutor's offer to permit his entry into the diversion program, which after completion, the case against him will be dismissed entirely, said Brian Bieber, Paul's attorney, in a statement obtained by People. It's interesting how Bieber's name ends up in here, even as someone's last name in this whole thing. It's the synchronicity for me. A representative for the Miami-Dade state attorney said that this was a standard offer to a nonviolent defendant with no priors. Now, I wonder if a part of why he got that plea deal is because he also gave the feds the tea they needed on Diddy ass. Remember that Lil Rod claimed that not only was Brandon a drug mule for him, but that both Brandon and Young Miami, then Diddy's concubine, was actually trafficking pink cocaine on Diddy's private jet on behalf of the mogul. Okay. Carisha Ramika Brownlee has been roped into the rapper's legal woes with Rodney Lil Rod Jones lawsuit, adding 25 pages accusing her of transporting the drug Tootsie. Sean Diddy Combs' ex-girlfriend, Young Miami, is now being roped into the legal battle, accused of transporting narcotics for him in additions filed Monday to Rodney Lil Rod Jones' lawsuit against the mogul. According to updated court docs, Carisha Ramika Brownlee, 30, is accused of transporting the drug referred to as pink cocaine for Combs in April, according to details added to the $30 million lawsuit. Rodney Jones Jr., the music producer, also known as Lil Rod, filed against Combs in February. And 25 pages added to Jones' filing on Monday and obtained by the Hollywood Reporter. The suit claimed that the 54-year-old was partial toward the so-called pink cocaine, or 2CB or Tucci. The drug is classified as whatever the fuck that name is, 2CB, and is a combination of ecstasy and cocaine. Diddy was obtaining the drugs from Brandon Paul, Diddy's accused drug mule, who was arrested recently. But when he forgot to bring the drugs, he went with Brownlee as a source, according to Jones' additions to the suit. XXL Magazine was the first to report the additions to the suit on Thursday, which referenced rehearsals presumed to be ahead of the April 2023 Something in the Water Festival, curated by Pharrell Williams, which took place in Virginia Beach. Diddy appeared alongside Pharrell on stage at the event, etc. Girl, so is Young Miami bitch going to find herself wrapped and vacuumed into the vortex of Diddy's bullshit again? Baby, I have a feeling that this is going to be a mouth-dropping trial. I've been saying since last year that I believe that they were getting Diddy on a RICO when people was trying to figure out, like, why it's taking so long? Why it's taking so long? I said, yeah, because it's a RICO. That's why it's taking so long. It's a lot of moving parts. That's why it's taking so fucking long. And now here it is, racketeering and RICO charges. Fast forward, it got reported last night by a unknown LA rapper, Alicia, who goes by the stage name SKG Choice, says that she heard from a reliable source that there will be more shocking arrests tomorrow, which is today, in connection with Diddy and rumors that he may allegedly be charged with Tupac's murder. Okay, now we've read the indictment, so we know that that is not true so far. But the day is not over yet, so apparently, according to her source, girl, there were going to be more arrests made. Now, as the Fed said earlier in the press conference, girl, that this is an active and open investigation, that there are definitely a lot of people who are going to be brought into this. They're not clarifying who, what, how, what, where. But, you know, this definitely is not just about Diddy. People have been speculating that the shocking arrest is more than likely going to either be Snoop Dogg or going to be Jay-Z. Okay? Let me tell you something. I will be more shocked that they are arresting Jay-Z than I am them arresting Snoop Dogg. To me, Snoop Dogg still gives me I run the street, so I am never surprised by a headline that his ass is locked up. However, you know, Jay-Z has almost transcended into this kind of political upper echelon of society person. And, you know, Beyonce has a very strict brand as well. They, you know, so he's cleaned up his act a lot and have really tapped into that whole, I'm a billionaire, I'm a businessman, I'm not a nigger anymore. To see him actually arrested and brought into this is going to be and would be epic. I would drop dead, because obviously that's going to open up a can of worms in and of itself, and it also is going to directly impact Beyonce's brand, which is intrinsically tied up into Jay-Z's brand. You know, there's no way to slice Jay-Z without cutting Beyonce. There's no way to cut Beyonce without slicing Jay-Z. So that's going to be a whole fucking shit show in and of itself. Now, since Beyonce been out here selling whiskey and selling baby hairs and selling country music, I've been saying, what the hell is she going to sell next? Her damn ass? Because it seems to me that Beyonce is getting her get the fuck on fund in order, baby. Which is why her ass is trying to be a billionaire all by itself, because she's trying to compensate for the loss of Jay-Z's financial contribution to the finances, girl. Because I think something is going to happen. And it don't have to be through this Diddy vortex, but there's going to be something that's going to come. Like, Jay-Z's time is coming. And just like Diddy has been prepping for this whole trial and all this shit ahead of time, you know, they learn about shit before we learn about shit. And it's already being echoed. And apparently the reason why Beyonce did not actually perform at this year's DNC like she was scheduled to is because it was speculated that Jay-Z's name could end up vacuumed into this whole Diddy trial, and they thought that would be a bad look considering how high the stakes are for the presidential election, and they didn't want that putting a smudge or being a distraction for Kamala's run for president. So at the last minute, it was decided that it was probably not best for Beyonce to perform at this year's DNC because of Jay-Z potentially getting sucked into the Diddy shit. So it's been wild, okay? But y'all may be asking me, what the hell Snoop Dogg got to do with it? Well, Snoop Dogg responds to Suge Knight, okay, who's doing a podcast from prison, where Suge Knight has definitely been accusatory of Snoop and claiming that him, Dre, and Diddy are a part of a secret society. Quote, once they start painting their fingernails and wearing women's clothes, they got you, Knight said, even though Snoop been a lady since the 90s, baby. Suge Knight has accused Snoop, Dre, and Sean Diddy Combs with being members of a secret society, an assertion which Snoop himself seemingly finds comical. On Saturday, March 9th, Breakbeat Media released the latest episode of Knight's Collect Call podcast, on which he claimed it. I guess Diddy is about to find himself as with a podcast from prison too, which he claimed that the trio was under the control of powerful forces beyond themselves. The Death Row Records founder, who is currently serving a prison sentence stemming from a manslaughter conviction, spoke of alleged public displays of affection shown amongst the particular group. Once they start painting their fingernails and wearing women's clothes, they got you, Knight said of his antagonists. He also recalled instances in which Diddy received lavish gifts from the late Andre Harrow and rapper The Game that gave him cause to pause. Quote, I remember when they was giving Puffy an award at the ASCAP Awards. Andre went up there and got him an expensive watch and gave it to him in front of everybody. He basically confessed his love to this man, the legendary mogul said. Then Puffy and Snoop became besties. Every time you see one, you see the other. Next thing you know, they start painting their fingernails. Didn't make sense. Knight continued. The Game bought Puffy a Lamborghini when Puffy got more money than Game. Why you buying this man a Lamborghini? You know your homies don't even got a Lamborghini. But once again, it's that secret society. For this thing to work and fix it, they got to start all the way over in these major record labels and these big buildings. They need to get rid of all the guys who was connected to the poison and the snake. Upon catching the wind of Knight's claim, Snoop Dogg issued a response by simply reposting an all-hip-hop report of the embattled mogul's allegations, along with a laughing emoji and a shrugging emoji, similarly expressing his humor and bewilderment regarding his former CEO's assertion. All right, that would be Snoop Dogg's reaction, honey. Okay, we all have to laugh to keep from crying. So they are suspecting, girl, that the big other major arrests either it's going to be Snoop or Jay-Z. They also have thrown Stevie J, which I wouldn't say I would be shocked. Stevie J is a red-nosed clown. But you know, this thing can go either way at this point. As expressed last night on Nosey's panel, girl, I am shocked to see something like this happen in my lifetime. I lived through the same culture that made Diddy famous. It's the same culture that is putting his ass behind bars. You know, we have already seen that happen to R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, Mystical, and now we are seeing it with Diddy. And it's just interesting, you know, as a little boy, you know, I wasn't raised in that era, you know, hearing all this shit about Diddy. I just knew him as Bad Boys, and I just knew Mace and More Money, More Problems. And, you know, I had a very innocent childhood, child, you know. My parents didn't expose me to a bunch of gossip and salacious narratives and shit. So, you know, I had a very cookie cutter upbringing, girl. So it's been interesting to me to learn of all these things and to exist on the same time frame, girl. We have seen a black president. We are going to be seeing a woman of color as VP and as president. We had a whole black ass family in the Oval Office. We have seen our government do a alien disclosure last year. We have seen a reality star become president of the United States. We've seen same-sex marriage normalized. We've seen gender equality resurrected. There are so many things, girl. I know our grandparents have to be shook at just all the things that can happen within just 100 years, which is kind of long, but kind of short when you are like actually living it. When you look back in retrospect, you're like, damn, bitch, it has been a long time. Okay, that's long enough for a lot of shit to change. But nonetheless, you know, and now we are seeing the downfall of the popular world and popular culture. We're seeing a lot of the people whose art and artistic contribution to pop culture be accused of some very heinous and almost unbelievable things, who have done a lot of sick and sadistic shit as a result of their fame, as a result of trying to access fame. And we got 2,500 more years to go with this shit in the age of Aquarius. So, baby, we got to have our seatbelt on. I hope that they get Diddy on everything. They reopened the Kim Porter. They reopened Tupac and Biggie. That they hold Diddy accountable for shooting that woman in her face at the nightclub. I hope that they don't stop and they give Diddy and they give every other demonic force that's walking around in a human body that everlasting work. The age of justice is prevailing, girl, and I'm here for it. So we've been here for 4.5 hours. This has been a lovely commentary, girl. I've been with y'all ass since 11 o'clock. We will come back and report accordingly. We're probably going to come back once the judge drops his decision on whether Diddy makes bail or not make bail. Anything that you guys see, definitely send it to me in my email and or DM me on Consciouztv. Make sure you are subscribed, share, all that good jazz. I love you long time. Tell me what you guys think about all of this, and I will see y'all all later. Bye.